Hey guys, welcome back to Hogwarts Tale. I hope you all are doing well. In this chance, we mostly create the fanfictions, what if scenarios kind of story, which is related to the Harry Potter. If you enjoy this kind of story, must subscribe and like the channels. Now let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Harry Fanfic Hub. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked out of the Dursleys at age 7 and built a magical empire in the Muggle world. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Ran the Belt Whistled Through the Air. Harry had learned to read that sound the way sailors learned weather. The pitch told him everything. How angry Vernon was, how much force he'd put behind it, where it would land. This one was high and tight, which meant across the shoulders. He didn't flinch. Flinching made it worse. The leather cracked against his back, and Harry bit down on the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste copper. His hands stayed flat on the kitchen counter where Vernon had shoved them, fingers splayed against cold tile. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Don't give him the satisfaction. Ungrateful, Vernon spat, the word wet with rage. Freakish. After everything we've done for you. Another whistle. Another crack. Harry's vision went white at the edges, but his hands stayed still. Fed you. Clothed you. Put a roof over your worthless head. Dudley was watching from the doorway. Harry could see him in his peripheral vision, a mountain of pale flesh in a smelting's uniform that probably cost more than every piece of clothing Harry had ever owned combined. Dudley was smiling. He'd been smiling since Harry had accidentally shattered every window on the ground floor. Harry hadn't meant to do it. He never meant to do these things. But Vernon had been screaming in his face, so close Harry could count the burst capillaries in his bulging cheeks, and something inside him had just pushed every window. Simultaneously. Glass spraying outward in a perfect circle, as if the house itself had decided to exhale. That had been an hour ago. The belt had been going for what felt like a century. 1,800 pounds, Vernon snarled between swings. 1,800 bloody pounds to replace those windows, and you'll work off every penny, boy. I'll have you scrubbing floors until your hands bleed. Harry's fingers twitched. No, he told himself. Not again. You'll only make it worse. But the thing inside him didn't listen to reason. It never had. It was older than reason, deeper than thought, and it was angry. The kitchen light flickered. Vernon paused mid-swing, his eyes darting upward. The bulb buzzed, strobing like a dying heartbeat, casting shadows that jumped and writhed across the walls. What are you doing? Vernon's voice had changed. The rage was still there, but something else had crept underneath it. Something that made Harry want to smile, even through the pain. Fear. I'm not doing anything, Uncle Vernon. His voice came out flat. Calm. That probably scared Vernon more than the flickering lights. You're a liar. Vernon's grip tightened on the belt. You're a freak and a liar, and I should have drowned you the day they left you on our doorstep. The thing inside Harry uncoiled. No, he thought desperately. Not yet. I'm not ready. I don't even know what, but it didn't matter what he knew. It didn't matter that he'd spent 3 years in the local library reading everything he could find about physics and biology and the fundamental laws of the universe, trying to understand what he was, what he could do. It didn't matter that he'd practiced in secret, learning to make small things move, to unlock doors, to light candles with nothing but intention. When Vernon raised the belt again, Harry's body moved without his permission. He spun. His hand came up. And Vernon Dursley flew backward as if he'd been shot from a cannon. The sound was horrible, a wet, meaty thud as 250 pounds of furious Englishmen hit the refrigerator hard enough to dent the door. Vernon slid to the floor, eyes rolling white, a thin line of blood trickling from his nose. Silence. Harry stood in the middle of the kitchen, breathing hard, his raised hand trembling. The burns on his back screamed with every heartbeat, but he barely felt them. He was staring at his palm like he'd never seen it before. He'd pushed Vernon. With his mind. On purpose. Well. Mostly on purpose. Vernon. Petunia's shriek came from upstairs, followed by thundering footsteps. Vernon, what was that noise? Dudley was pressed against the doorframe, his face the color of old milk. His piggy eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression Harry had never seen before. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was something more primal. The recognition of a predator. You, Dudley whispered. You're a monster. Harry lowered his hand slowly. The trembling had stopped. When he spoke, his voice was still that eerie calm that didn't feel like it belonged to him. Yes, he said. I suppose I am. He walked past Dudley without looking at him, his bare feet silent on the linoleum. Petunia was coming down the stairs now, her face already twisted into that familiar mask of hatred and horror that Harry had grown up seeing every day of his life. He didn't stop. Where do you think you're going? Petunia grabbed his arm as he reached the front door. Her fingers dug into the welts on his bicep, and he had to clench his jaw against the pain. You're not going anywhere, boy. You're going to your cupboard, and you're going to stay there until we decide what to do with you. Harry looked at her hand on his arm. Then he looked at her face. Let go. Don't you dare take that tone with me, you ungrateful little, let go. Something in his voice made her fingers spring open like she'd touched a hot stove. Petunia stumbled backward, her hand pressed to her chest, her breath coming in short gasps. What are you? She whispered. What are you? Harry pulled open the front door. The night air hit him like a blessing, cool and clean and free. I'm leaving, he said. I'm not coming back. You can't. You're 7 years old. Where would you even, anywhere? He stepped onto the front step, then paused. Looked back at the woman who had hated him since the day he'd arrived, who had starved him and worked him and called him boy like his name was something dirty. Anywhere is better than here. He walked down the path. Behind him, he heard Petunia call out one more time, you'll die out there. You're nothing. You're no one. You'll come crawling back, you little freak, you'll see. Harry reached the sidewalk and turned left, toward the main road, toward the train station, toward London. He didn't look back. The first night was the worst. Not because of the cold, April in England was chilly but survivable, especially if you kept moving. Not because of the hunger, though his stomach had been a tight knot of emptiness for hours. Harry was used to hunger. The Dursleys had made sure of that. No, the worst part was the fear. Not the fear of being caught. Not the fear of what was behind him. The fear of what was ahead. Harry sat in the corner of a bus shelter somewhere in the sprawl between Little Whinging and London, his knees pulled to his chest, his too big shirt, one of Dudley's cast-offs, wrapped around him like a blanket. His back was a map of pain, each welt a hot line of fire against the cold plastic of the bench, but he didn't let himself focus on that. He'd stolen £43 from Petunia's purse on his way out. He'd bought a ticket to London, then gotten off 3 stops early when he'd noticed the conductor looking at him too closely. Now he was somewhere in the suburban wasteland, watching cars pass on the road, trying to figure out his next move. You're 7 years old, Petunia's voice echoed in his head. Where would you even go? He didn't know. He'd never been anywhere except Little Whinging and, once, a miserable day at the zoo that had ended with Dudley shoving him into the reptile house and a snake somehow ending up on the other side of the glass. But Harry had read books. Thousands of them, in the years since he'd learned that the local library was the one place the Dursleys would let him go, if only because it got him out of the house. He'd read about survival, about history, about science. He'd read about runaways and street children and the grim statistics of kids who tried to make it on their own. He knew the odds. He just didn't care. Anything was better than going back. A police car rolled past, slow enough that the officer could scan the bus shelter. Harry pulled his shirt up over his distinctive hair, hunched his shoulders, made himself smaller. Just another piece of trash. Nothing to see. The car kept moving. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Okay, he thought. Think. What do you have? 37 pounds and change. The clothes on his back. Glasses held together with tape. A body covered in welts and scars that would raise questions if anyone looked too closely. And the thing inside him. The power. Whatever it was. Harry held up his hand, palm toward the streetlight. He concentrated, reaching for that feeling, the heat behind his eyes, the pressure in his chest, the sense of something more just beneath the surface of the world. A tiny flame flickered to life in his palm. Blue-white, dancing, impossible. He'd discovered this by accident, 3 months ago. He'd been locked in his cupboard, cold and hungry after forgetting to take Dudley's dishes to the sink, and he'd wished so hard for warmth that his hands had started to glow. He'd practiced every night since. Not because he'd known he would need it, he hadn't planned any of this, but because it was his. The one thing no one could take from him. The flame guttered and died as his concentration slipped. Harry let his hand fall. Not enough, he thought. Not yet. I need to learn more. I need to get stronger. But first, he needed to survive the night. London swallowed him whole. He'd expected that. What he hadn't expected was how much he'd love it. The city was vast and anonymous and relentlessly alive. No one cared who you were or where you came from. No one looked twice at a small, thin boy in too big clothes as long as he kept his head down and his hands visible. There were thousands of invisible people in London, the homeless, the runaways, the lost, and Harry slipped into their ranks like he'd been born there. The first week was about learning the rules. Where to sleep, underground stations were warm but risky, the police swept them regularly. Parks were safer if you knew which ones had secluded spots. Empty buildings were best if you could find ones that weren't already claimed. Harry discovered an abandoned maintenance station beneath the Northern Line, accessible through a service door that was supposed to be locked but opened easily when he pressed his palm against it and wanted it to open. Where to eat, McDonald's threw out their unsold food at predictable times. So did Tesco and Pret and the corner bakeries in neighborhoods that had more money than sense. Harry learned the schedules, learned which dumpsters to check and when, learned that dignity was a luxury he couldn't afford. Where to stay invisible, the key was to keep moving, but not too fast. Look like you belonged. Walk with purpose. Don't make eye contact with police, but don't avoid them either. If someone asked where your parents were, say they were just around the corner and keep walking. Harry learned these rules the same way he'd learned everything else, by watching, by reading, by trial and error. He'd found a library, there were libraries everywhere in London, warm and safe and full of knowledge, and he'd spent hours there each day, reading about street survival, about childhood psychology, about the systems that were supposed to protect kids like him and 1,000 ways they failed. He wasn't going into the system. That was the one thing he was certain about. Foster care, children's homes, social services, they'd just send him back to the Dursleys. He'd read enough to know how it worked. Blood relatives had rights. Courts moved slowly. And in the meantime, he'd be trapped somewhere new, with new rules and new people who might be just as bad as Vernon and Petunia, or worse. No. He would take care of himself. The second week was about the power. Harry had been practicing for years, but always in secret, always in fragments. Now, for the first time, he had space and time to really explore what he could do. The flame was the easiest. He could summon it reliably now, keep it burning for minutes at a time, even shape it into simple forms. He discovered, to his delight, that he could make it any color he wanted, blue, green, purple, white. The color didn't seem to matter except to him. Moving things was harder but more useful. He could push objects, pull them, make them float if they were small enough. The effort was proportional to weight, and distance mattered too. Something across the room was exponentially harder than something in his hand. But the really interesting stuff was subtler. He could convince people. Not control them, he didn't think he could do that, and he wasn't sure he'd want to, but suggest. A shopkeeper who was about to call the police would suddenly decide that Harry wasn't worth the trouble. A woman on the tube who'd noticed the bruises on his arms would forget she'd ever seen him. A bakery owner would feel an inexplicable urge to give the leftover pastries to the thin boy with the green eyes. Harry was careful with this ability. He used it as little as possible, and only in emergencies. It felt wrong in a way that the fire and the moving didn't. Those were just physics, unusual physics, but physics nonetheless. This was something else. This was reaching into someone's mind and rearranging the furniture. But it kept him alive. And he was starting to understand that alive mattered more than comfortable. He met Tommy Marsh on his 15th night in London. Harry had claimed a spot behind a row of dumpsters in an alley off Tottenham Court Road, not glamorous, but protected from the wind and invisible from the street. He'd eaten well that night, relatively speaking, half a sandwich from a Pret bin, an apple that was only a little bruised, and a protein bar someone had dropped near Oxford Circus. His stomach was quiet, his body was healing, and he was actually starting to feel something that might have been hope. Which was, of course, when the universe decided to remind him that hope was for other people. Well, well. What have we got here? The voice came from the mouth of the alley. Harry was on his feet instantly, his back against the wall, his eyes scanning for exits. 3 of them. Teenagers, probably 15 or 16. The one who'd spoken was tall and lean, with the kind of mean, hungry look that Harry recognized from his years of Dudley watching. The other 2 were larger, flanking their leader like attack dogs waiting for a command. "Looks like a little mouse," one of the big ones said. "Hiding in our alley." "I didn't know it was anyone's alley," Harry said carefully. "I can leave." "Oh, you'll leave." The leader took a step closer, and the streetlight behind him threw his features into sharp relief: narrow face, crooked nose, eyes that had seen too much. "After you show us what's in your pockets." "Nothing. Just some food." "Then you won't mind if we check, will you?" Harry's hand twitched toward the flame, but he held back. 3 against 1. Even with his abilities, he wasn't sure he could take them all before one of them got to him. And he was still so new to this, still so uncertain of his limits. "Look," he said, forcing his voice to stay calm, "I'm not looking for trouble. You can have the food. I just want to walk out of here." The leader tilted his head, studying Harry with sudden interest. "You're a runner, aren't you?" "How old?" 7. 8. "Where are your parents?" "Dead." It came out flat, automatic. Harry hadn't actually known if it was true until he'd said it, but something in his bones told him it was. The Dursleys' hatred had always felt too personal to be about a nephew whose parents were just absent. It was grief twisted into poison, and grief meant loss. "Dead," the leader repeated. He exchanged glances with his companions. "That's rough, little mouse. But see, that doesn't change the situation. You're in our territory. You've got to pay the toll." Harry felt the thing inside him stir. Not the flame, something deeper. The pressure behind his eyes intensified, and he suddenly became very aware of the shadows in the alley, the way they seemed to thicken at the edges of his vision. "I'm going to walk out of here," he said quietly. "You're going to let me?" The leader laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. "Oh yeah? And why would we do that?" "Because if you don't, I'm going to hurt you." The 2 big ones moved first, clearly used to intimidation tactics. They advanced from either side, boxing Harry into the corner, their hands reaching for his arms. Harry didn't think. He just acted. The first one to touch him went down screaming, clutching his hand like it had been burned, because it had been. The flame had erupted from Harry's skin the moment the boy's fingers made contact, a defensive reflex Harry hadn't known he had. The second one swung a fist, and Harry sidestepped it, grabbed the boy's wrist, and pushed with his mind the same way he'd pushed Vernon. The boy flew sideways, crashing into a dumpster with enough force to leave a dent. The leader hadn't moved. He was staring at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, not fear, exactly. Something closer to fascination. "What are you?" he breathed. "I don't know." Harry was breathing hard, his heart pounding, but his voice stayed steady. "But I suggest you find out somewhere else." A long moment passed. The boy with the burned hand was whimpering on the ground. The one who'd hit the dumpster was struggling to get up, his movements slow and dazed. Then the leader did something Harry hadn't expected. He smiled. "All right, little mouse. I think I misjudged you." He held up his hands, palms out, the universal gesture of surrender. "Name's Tommy. Tommy Marsh. And I think you and I might have some things to talk about." They talked until dawn. Tommy Marsh was 15, a runner since he was 12, and one of the most pragmatic people Harry had ever met. His mother had been a heroin addict who'd sold everything that wasn't nailed down, including, eventually, Tommy's childhood. His father was a name on a birth certificate and nothing else. He'd been on the streets for 3 years, surviving on a combination of pickpocketing, petty theft, and the kind of low-level hustles that nobody respected but everybody needed. He was also, Harry realized, brilliant. "You've got something," Tommy said, warming his hands over a trashcan fire he'd built in a corner of the alley. His 2 companions had limped away hours ago, warned with a look that meant they wouldn't be talking about what they'd seen. "Something I've never seen before. Magic, my grandmum would have called it, but she was Irish and believed in fairies, so. I don't know what to call it," Harry admitted. He was sitting across from Tommy, close enough to feel the fire's warmth, far enough to bolt if he needed to. "I've been able to do things for as long as I can remember. It got worse when I turned 7. Stronger, I mean. And you're just, what? Living on the streets? With that? What else would I do?" Tommy stared at him. Then he laughed, a genuine sound of disbelief and something that might have been respect. "Kid. Harry, right? Harry, you could rule out here. You know that? Half the power in this city is about making people scared. The other half is about making them believe you can do what you say you can do. You've got both. I don't want to rule anything. I just want to be left alone." "Yeah, well, that's not how it works." Tommy leaned back against the alley wall, his eyes distant. "You think you can just be invisible? You can't. You're either predator or prey out here. There's no middle ground. Maybe I'll make some middle ground." Tommy looked at him for a long moment. "How old are you again?" 7. "Jesus." Tommy shook his head. 7 years old, talking like you're 40. "Where'd you come from, Harry Potter?" "Does it matter?" "Probably not." Tommy was quiet for a moment, then, "Look. I've got a place. It's not much, basement of an abandoned building in Kentish Town, but it's dry, it's hidden, and no one bothers me there. You want in?" Harry hesitated. Every survival instinct he developed screamed at him to refuse. Trust was dangerous. Reliance was weakness. He'd gotten this far on his own. But Tommy wasn't offering charity. Harry could see that in his eyes. This was a business proposition, even if neither of them was saying it out loud. "What would you want in return?" Tommy's smile was sharp and knowing. "You teach me how you do what you do. Or at least how to work with it. And when the time comes, because it always comes, you help me handle whatever needs handling. And if I can't teach you, I don't even know how it works myself. Then you figure it out." Tommy shrugged. "You're smart. I can tell. And I'm smart too, in different ways. Together, maybe we can be something more than two losers scrapping for scraps. Harry thought about it. Weighed the risks against the benefits. Considered the fact that he'd been alone his entire life and that, for all its apparent freedom, loneliness was its own kind of prison. Okay, he said finally. But I have conditions. Name them. No hurting people unless we have to. No stealing from people who can't afford to lose it. And if I say we're done, we're done. No arguments. Tommy studied him with those sharp, assessing eyes. Then he nodded slowly. You know what, Harry Potter? I think you might actually be the strangest person I've ever met. He held out his hand. Deal. Harry shook it. Neither of them knew it then, but the Empire had just gained its first citizen. Tommy's place was better than Harry had expected. The building had been a textile factory once, back when London made things instead of just selling them. Now it was a shell, windows boarded, walls covered in decades of graffiti, officially condemned and unofficially forgotten. The basement was accessible through a hole in the floor of what had been the loading dock, hidden under a sheet of corrugated metal that Tommy had scavenged from somewhere. Home sweet home, Tommy said, dropping into the darkness. Harry followed, his flame already flickering to life in his palm to light the way. The basement was large, maybe 50 feet by 30, with a low ceiling and walls that wept moisture in the colder months. Tommy had done what he could to make it livable, a mattress in one corner, a camping stove, a collection of blankets and pillows that probably hadn't been washed since the Blair administration. It's not much, Tommy admitted, watching Harry's face for a reaction. But no one knows it's here except me. And now you. It's perfect. Tommy blinked. Really? I've been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs for 7 years. This is a palace. Something shifted in Tommy's expression, a flash of understanding, then a quick shuddering. He didn't ask questions. Harry appreciated that more than he could say. Right. Well. There's the bathroom situation to deal with, there's a tap that still works in what's left of the main floor, and there's a Sainsbury's 2 blocks over that doesn't lock their customer toilet properly. But we'll figure it out. They figured it out. The first month was about survival. The second was about strategy. Harry's magic, they'd started calling it that, for lack of a better word, grew stronger with practice, but it also grew more predictable. He learned that emotion was the fuel and intention was the steering wheel. Anger made the power surge but made it hard to control. Calm focus let him do precise, delicate work. Fear amplified everything, for better or worse. He also learned that not all of his abilities were equal. The flame was dramatic but ultimately limited. It required concentration to maintain, it burned through his energy faster than anything else, and outside of intimidation, its practical uses were few. He couldn't heat their basement with it, the strain would knock him out cold. The telekinesis was more useful, but the weight limits were frustrating. Small objects, he could handle easily. Anything over about 20 pounds required serious effort, and anything over 50 was essentially impossible. He could push people, but pushing and lifting were different, pushing was about force, lifting was about sustained effort. The mind stuff, Harry still didn't have a word for it, was the most powerful and the most troubling. He could suggest, nudge, persuade. He couldn't read thoughts, exactly, but he could sense emotions, especially strong ones. He could feel when someone was lying, could tell when they were afraid, could push against their will in ways that made them more pliable without quite controlling them. He hated it. And he needed it. The thing you've got to understand, Tommy said one evening, roasting stolen sausages over Harry's carefully controlled flame, is that power doesn't matter if no one knows you have it. Or worse, if the wrong people know. What do you mean? I mean there's a hierarchy out here. The gangs, the dealers, the old-timers who've been running their corners since Thatcher. They've got territories, agreements, history. If you come in swinging, you make enemies. If you're too quiet, you get absorbed. You've got to find a way to be useful without being threatening. Harry thought about this. Useful how? That's the question, isn't it? Tommy finished his sausage and wiped his hands on his jeans. What can you do that no one else can? Besides the magic stuff, I mean. That's the ace up your sleeve, you don't play that unless you have to. But what else have you got? Harry considered. He was 7 years old, with no formal education beyond primary school and 3 years of obsessive library reading. He had no connections, no resources, no reputation. What he had was his mind. I can read people, he said slowly. Predict what they're going to do. Understand what they want. Everyone thinks they can do that. Can everyone tell you that you're scared of your mother? Tommy went very still. What? You talk about her like she's nothing, just a junkie, just a problem you left behind. But you flinch whenever I mention needles. You go quiet when we walk past the methadone clinic on Camden Road. And sometimes, when you're asleep, you say, sorry, in this voice that sounds like you're about 8 years old. Tommy's face had gone carefully blank. That's a neat trick. It's not a trick. I pay attention. Most people don't. Harry met his eyes steadily. I'm not trying to hurt you, Tommy. I'm trying to answer your question. What can I do that no one else can? I can see what people hide. I can figure out what they need. And I can give it to them, or at least make them think I can. You're talking about manipulation. I'm talking about survival. Harry looked into the flame. Everyone manipulates, Tommy. The difference is whether you do it with intention or just bumble through and hope for the best. A long silence. Then Tommy laughed, a complicated sound that held too many emotions to name. God help anyone who goes up against you, Harry Potter. You're going to eat them alive. Their first real test came 6 weeks later. Harry had been watching the Hollows for days. They were a group of street kids, maybe 20 strong, operating out of an abandoned church in Islington. Their leader was a 16-year-old named Marcus with dead eyes and quick fists, and he ran his group like a military unit. Everyone had a role, everyone had a quota, and anyone who didn't meet expectations got corrected. Harry had seen Marcus correct someone. He still had nightmares about it. The Hollows had noticed Tommy and Harry. That was inevitable. Kentish Town wasn't far from their territory, and 2 new faces meant either potential recruits or potential threats. Marcus had sent scouts twice already, and Tommy's increasingly nervous reports made it clear that recruitment was going to stop being optional soon. We should run, Tommy said, pacing the length of the basement. Find somewhere else. There's always somewhere else. And when the next Marcus finds us, then we run again. And again. And again. Harry shook his head. That's not living, Tommy. That's just existing. Existing is better than not existing, which is what's going to happen if Marcus decides we're a problem. Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd been thinking about this for days, running scenarios in his head, trying to find an angle that didn't end in violence. But Marcus was simple in a way that made him predictable. He understood force, respected force, and only feared force. Everything else was just noise. What if, Harry said slowly, we gave Marcus exactly what he wants? Tommy stopped pacing. What? He wants power. Control. Resources. What if we could offer him all of that, but on terms that keep us safe? And how exactly would 2 kids with nothing offer anything to Marcus? Harry smiled. It was not a particularly nice smile. Because we have something he doesn't. Something no one on these streets has. He held up his hand, and a flame bloomed in his palm, blue-white and dancing. We have magic. The meeting happened 3 nights later, in neutral territory, a stretch of the Regent's Canal that nobody claimed because nobody wanted the hassle of the police presence. Marcus came with 6 of his best. Harry came with Tommy and the memory of every beating Vernon Dursley had ever given him. So you're the little freak everyone's been talking about. Marcus circled Harry slowly, his eyes flat and assessing. Doesn't look like much to me. I'm not trying to look like anything, Harry said calmly. I'm trying to offer you a business proposition. A business proposition. Marcus laughed. His followers laughed too, the trained response of people who knew what happened when they didn't. I'm not a businessman, kid. I'm a general. And you're in my territory. Your territory is shrinking. Harry didn't raise his voice, didn't change his posture, but something in his tone made Marcus stop circling. The Russians took 3 blocks off your eastern edge last month. The King's Road crew has been poaching your dealers. And the police are running more patrols through Islington because someone, Harry glanced at a boy he'd identified as Marcus's enforcer, was stupid enough to hurt a tourist. Silence. The canal water lapped against the stones. Who told you that? Marcus's voice was dangerous now. No one told me. I watched. I listened. I put pieces together. Harry met his gaze without flinching. That's what I do, Marcus. I see things. I understand things. And I can help you, not because I want to, but because it's better than the alternative. What alternative? Harry held up his hand. The flame erupted, not the small, controlled fire he'd shown Tommy, but something else. Something that climbed toward the sky in a pillar of impossible blue light, hot enough to make everyone step back, bright enough to leave afterimages burning in their vision. That alternative, Harry said quietly. Marcus stared at the fire. Then at Harry. His expression was unreadable, but Harry could feel the emotions swirling beneath the surface, fear, yes, but also hunger. Greed. The desperate desire of a boy who'd clawed his way to the top and knew exactly how fragile that position was. What do you want? Harry let the flame die. I want you to leave Tommy and me alone. I want you to stop recruiting in Kentish Town. And in exchange, I'll give you information, the kind of information that can help you take back what you've lost, and more. And if I just take you instead? Keep you locked up somewhere, make you work for me? Harry smiled again. This time, he let a little of the thing inside him show in his eyes. Try it. See what happens. Another long silence. Then Marcus laughed, but this time, there was something almost respectful in it. You've got stones, kid. I'll give you that. He held out his hand. Fine. We've got a deal. But if your information turns out to be garbage, I'm coming for you. And no fire in the world will save you. Harry shook his hand. I understand. As they walked away, Tommy fell into step beside Harry, his face pale. That was insane. You know that, right? That was absolutely insane. Probably. He could have killed us. He wanted to kill us. Yes. And you just stood there and threatened him. A 7-year-old threatening a 16-year-old gang leader. Harry glanced at Tommy. Would you have preferred that I let him take us? I would have preferred that we ran like sensible people. Running doesn't solve problems, Tommy. It just relocates them. Tommy was quiet for a moment. Then, how did you know all that stuff about his territory? The Russians, the King's Road crew. I told you. I watched. I listened. I went to the library and read newspaper archives. I followed some of his people for a few days. It wasn't hard, people see a kid and they stop being careful. That's. Tommy shook his head. That's not normal. You know that, right? 7-year-olds don't do that. 7-year-olds don't survive on the streets either. And yet here we are. They walked in silence for a while. Then Tommy said, very quietly, you're planning something, aren't you? Something bigger than just getting Marcus off our backs. Harry didn't answer right away. He was looking up at the London skyline, the lights of a million lives burning against the darkness, and thinking about all the things he'd learned in his short, brutal life. Power protected. Power freed. Power meant never again having to sit in a cupboard and wonder when the next blow was coming. But power alone wasn't enough. Vernon had had power over Harry for years, and look how that had turned out. Power without purpose was just cruelty with extra steps. No. What Harry needed was something more. A system. A structure. A place where people like him, the forgotten, the abandoned, the strange, could be safe. Could be strong. Could be family. Yes, he said finally. I'm planning something. Something bigger than Marcus, bigger than the streets, bigger than anything this city has ever seen. And what would that be? Harry smiled into the darkness. An empire. The information Harry provided to Marcus was gold. Over the next 3 months, the Hollows expanded their territory by 40%. They took back the Eastern Blocks, absorbed 2 rival groups, and built a reputation for knowing things no one should know. Marcus became the unquestioned power in North London's street hierarchy, and Harry became his most valuable, and most dangerous, asset. But Harry was playing a longer game. Every piece of information he gave Marcus was true. Every prediction he made came to pass. This wasn't charity, it was investment. Harry was building something that Marcus couldn't see, a network of trust, of obligation, of dependence. And more importantly, he was building a reputation. Word spread. The freak kid. The one who knew things. The one who'd made fire dance in the air and sent a teenager twice his size running scared. The one who could help you, if you approached him right. If you had something to offer in return. They came slowly at first. Other runaways, drifting through the margins of the city, following rumors of a safe place, a strange kid who didn't ask questions and didn't turn anyone away. Harry took them all, fed them, clothed them with stolen goods, gave them a place to sleep in the expanding network of abandoned spaces he'd claimed. In return, he asked for one thing, loyalty. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, he told each newcomer. But if you're with us, you're with us. You don't rat. You don't steal from family. And you help when help is needed. Most of them agreed. The ones who didn't were free to leave. By the end of the summer, Harry had 30 people under his protection. Children, mostly, runaways and throwaways and kids who'd slipped through every crack in the system, but also a few adults. A former accountant who'd lost everything to gambling and found that Harry's organization paid better than begging. A nurse who'd been struck off for irregularities, and who now ran the closest thing they had to a medical service. An ex-military man named Derek who'd come home from Afghanistan to find his family gone and his mind broken, and who discovered that keeping watch over a bunch of street kids was the only thing that quieted the voices. Harry didn't judge. He didn't ask for explanations. He just offered a deal, you give me your skills, I give you a place to belong. It worked. The Underground, they needed a name, and Harry had always liked that one, operated out of 6 separate locations by autumn. The original basement in Kentish Town had become their headquarters, expanded now to include the entire ground floor of the abandoned factory. Harry had convinced a sympathetic city planner, sympathetic after a careful application of his suggestion ability, to lose the demolition paperwork, buying them at least another year. Tommy ran day-to-day operations. He'd grown into the role like he'd been born for it, managing schedules and resources and disputes with a combination of charm and ruthlessness that Harry admired. The other kids followed Tommy because he was older, because he was confident, because he'd been there from the beginning. They followed Harry for different reasons. Harry didn't give orders. He asked questions. He listened to problems. He sat with the younger children when they cried at night and told them stories about a world where magic was real and heroes always won in the end. He learned every name, every fear, every hope. He made each person feel seen. And when necessary, he dealt with threats. Marcus tried to change their deal in October. He sent a message: Harry would work exclusively for the Hollows now. Information, yes, but also services. Marcus had heard rumors about what Harry could do, and he wanted demonstrations. Protection. Enforcement. The whole package. Harry's response was simple. He walked into Marcus's base, alone, unarmed, 8 years old, and stood in front of the assembled Hollows. "You want to change our arrangement," he said quietly. "That's your right. But I think you should understand what that change would mean." Then he showed them. Not the fire, that was too flashy, too obvious. Instead, Harry reached out with his mind and touched each person in the room. Not controlling them, just making contact. Letting them feel his presence, vast and alien and utterly beyond their understanding. Half of Marcus's people were on the ground, vomiting from sheer psychic pressure, before Harry pulled back. "I don't want to fight you, Marcus. I genuinely don't. You've been good to your word, and I respect that." Harry stepped closer, close enough that Marcus could see the weird glow behind his green eyes. "But if you try to take what's mine, if you come for my people, I will unmake everything you've built. Not because I hate you, I don't, but because I can. Do you understand?" Marcus understood. Their deal returned to its original terms. And Marcus, for the first time in his life, started sleeping with one eye open. The first nightmare came in November. Harry had experienced bad dreams before. You didn't survive 7 years with the Dursleys without accumulating some nighttime terrors, but this was different. This felt real. He was standing in darkness. Not the darkness of night, but something deeper, something that had weight and texture and presence. The ground beneath his feet wasn't ground at all, it was stone, ancient and cold, carved with symbols he couldn't quite see but somehow recognized. And there was something in the dark with him. "Hello, little prince." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, a whisper that resonated in his bones. "I've been watching you. Such power. Such potential. Such waste." Harry tried to speak, but his voice didn't work here. He tried to summon his flame, but the darkness swallowed it like a candle in a hurricane. "You think you're building an empire, child. You think you're creating something new. But everything you make is built on sand. One push, and it all falls down." The symbols on the ground were glowing now, a sickly green gold that hurt to look at. Harry wanted to look away, but he couldn't. He couldn't move at all. Unless. The darkness smiled. Harry couldn't see it, but he felt it, a vast, ancient amusement directed at him like a spotlight. "Unless you accept my gift. My power. My truth. Let me in, little prince. Let me show you what real empire looks like." Harry woke up screaming. Bad dream? Tommy was there, crouched beside Harry's mattress, his face creased with worry. Harry took a shuddering breath. "Yeah. Just a bad dream. Want to talk about it?" "No." Harry sat up, running his hands through his sweat-soaked hair. "No, I don't think I do." Tommy didn't push. That was one of the things Harry liked about him, he knew when to shut up. But the dream didn't go away. Night after night, Harry found himself back in that impossible darkness, listening to that impossible voice. It offered him things, power, knowledge, freedom from fear, and each time, he refused. Each time, he woke up screaming. After 2 weeks of this, he started to wonder if it was just a dream at all. The year turned. Harry was 8 now, or close enough. He didn't know his exact birthday, the Dursleys had never celebrated it, and his Hogwarts letter wouldn't arrive for 3 more years, but he'd picked January 1st as his new one. A fresh start. A clean slate. The underground had grown to 53 members. They'd taken over an entire block of abandoned buildings in North London, connected by tunnels that Harry had created with his magic, hidden from the outside world by a combination of misdirection and outright illusion. They had regular income now. Tommy had set up a dozen small hustles, nothing too criminal, nothing that would attract serious attention, and they had connections throughout the street hierarchy. Harry was no longer just a curiosity. He was a power. But power, he was learning, attracted attention. "There's people asking about you," Derek reported one morning, his scarred face grim. "Not street people. Proper people. Suits. Questions about the Kentish town building, about energy readings, about anomalies." Energy readings? That's the word they used. Anomalous energy signatures. Sound like anything to you? Harry thought about the fire. The telekinesis. The mind stuff. All the things he could do that no one should be able to do. "Yeah," he said slowly. "That sounds like something." He started being more careful after that. More subtle. He still used his abilities. You couldn't protect an empire without power, but he kept the flashy stuff to a minimum, worked on the quiet techniques, the ones that didn't leave traces. It wasn't enough. 3 weeks after Derek's warning, Harry felt something he'd never felt before, another presence. Another power. Someone looking for him, reaching out with senses that weren't eyes, searching the city for the source of the anomalies. Harry pulled back, hid himself, wrapped his mind in layers of misdirection and confusion. The searching presence withdrew. But Harry knew, with the certainty of someone who'd spent his whole life being hunted, that it would be back. Something was coming. Something bigger than Marcus, bigger than the streets, bigger than anything he'd prepared for. And he had 3 years to get ready. The night before his first anniversary on the streets, Harry stood on the roof of the Kentish town building, looking out over the city. London spread beneath him like a circuit board, lights and shadows, movement and stillness. Somewhere out there, Vernon and Petunia were sitting down to dinner, probably celebrating a year of freedom from their freakish nephew. Somewhere, a 7-year-old boy was being beaten for something he couldn't control. Somewhere, a child was wondering if there was anywhere in the world where they might belong. "I found a place," Harry whispered into the wind. "I built a place. And I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to make it so big that no one, will ever be able to take it away." Behind him, in the building he'd claimed, 53 people were sleeping. His people. His family. His empire. Harry Potter, the boy who ran, looked out over his kingdom and made a promise. He would never run again. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Underground 6 months changed everything. Harry stood in the center of what had once been a derelict factory floor and was now the beating heart of an operation that most adults couldn't have imagined, let alone built. The space had been transformed, not through renovation, but through necessity and ingenuity. Salvaged furniture created distinct areas, a mess hall with mismatched tables, a medical corner where Sarah the struck-off nurse kept her supplies, a planning space with maps and charts pinned to boards that Tommy had liberated from a closing school. 73 people now. 73 mouths to feed, 73 stories of abandonment and loss, 73 reasons why Harry couldn't afford to fail. "The Southwark expansion is ready," Tommy said, falling into step beside Harry as he walked the morning rounds. At 15 and a half, Tommy had grown into his role like a second skin, confident, capable, utterly dedicated. "Marcus's people finished clearing out last week. We can move the overflow group in by Thursday." "Who's leading it?" "I was thinking Derek. He's solid, and the younger kids trust him." Harry nodded. Derek had found purpose in protecting others, channeling whatever demons haunted him into something constructive. "Good choice. Make sure he has at least 2 people who can handle the administrative side. Derek's great with security, but paperwork makes him twitchy." Tommy grinned. "Already done. Maria and that new kid, Peter. The one who used to do books for his uncle's shop before." He trailed off. Before didn't matter here. Everyone had a before. They passed the mess hall, where breakfast was winding down. The smell of porridge and toast, real food, bought with real money now, though some of it still came from creative acquisition, filled the air. Children looked up as Harry passed, and he made sure to meet each pair of eyes, to nod, to smile. These small acknowledgments mattered more than grand gestures. Anything else? The usual supply issues. We're burning through medical supplies faster than Sarah can acquire them. And there's been some tension with the Whitechapel group. Nothing serious, but they're pushing at the boundaries. Set up a meeting. I'll talk to their leader. That's Razor Jenny. She's not going to be impressed by an 8-year-old. Then I'll have to change her mind. Tommy shook his head, that familiar expression of bemused respect crossing his face. One of these days, you're going to walk into a situation you can't talk or magic your way out of. Probably. But not today. Harry continued his rounds, checking in with section leaders, listening to concerns, solving the small problems before they could become big ones. This was the real work of leadership, not the dramatic confrontations or displays of power, but the endless, grinding maintenance of a community that had no safety net except itself. He was examining a water damage issue in the eastern corridor when the alarms went off. Not literal alarms, they couldn't afford anything that obvious, but the network of watchers and signals that Derek had established. 3 sharp whistles, repeated twice. Incoming unknown, potentially hostile. Harry was moving before the second repetition finished, Tommy at his heels. They reached the main entrance in under a minute, where Derek was already positioned with 2 of his best, watching the concealed door that led to the outside world. Single contact, Derek reported, his voice low and steady. Small, young. Came straight here like she knew exactly where we were. That's impossible. No one finds us unless we want them to. That's what I thought. But she walked right past the first 3 decoys, ignored the false trails, and stopped exactly in front of the real entrance. Derek's scarred face was troubled. She's just standing there. Waiting. Harry processed this. His words, crude things, more instinct than design, but effective, should have confused anyone who didn't already know the way. The fact that someone had bypassed them meant either a traitor in their ranks or something else entirely. Let me see her. He moved to the observation point, a small gap in the wall that allowed a view of the entrance without revealing the watcher. What he saw made him pause. A girl, maybe 7 or 8, with silver blonde hair that caught the weak winter light like spun moonlight. She was thin, everyone on the streets was thin, but there was something about her posture that suggested fragility went deeper than hunger. She wore clothes that had once been expensive and were now merely worn, and she was staring directly at his observation point with eyes the color of morning mist. She knows I'm watching, Harry murmured. How? I don't know. He studied her for another moment. Open the door. Harry, open it. Derek exchanged glances with Tommy, but he did as he was told. The concealed panel slid aside, revealing the girl standing in the alley beyond, utterly unsurprised. Hello, she said. Her voice was dreamy, disconnected, as if she were commenting on the weather rather than addressing a hidden fortress. The Nargles showed me the way. They said you'd want to meet me. Harry felt the thing inside him stir, not in warning, but in recognition. Whatever this girl was, she was like him. Different, but similar. Another piece that didn't fit the normal puzzle. Come in, he said. We need to talk. Her name was Luna Lovegood, and she saw things that weren't there. Or rather, she saw things that were there but that no one else could perceive. Harry understood the distinction within minutes of their conversation, even if he couldn't have explained it to anyone else. They sat in his private space, a small room off the main hall, furnished with a desk, a chair, and a mattress that was slightly better than everyone else's, while Luna perched on a salvaged ottoman, her misty eyes tracking things in the corners that Harry couldn't see. The Raxperts are very thick here, she observed. That happens when people have a lot of worries. They feed on confusion. And what are Raxperts, exactly? Little invisible creatures. They float into your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. She said this with complete conviction, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Harry considered his response carefully. The easy assumption was that Luna was mad. The streets were full of people whose minds had cracked under pressure. But something about her certainty, and the way she'd found them, suggested otherwise. Can you see them right now? Of course. There's one near your left ear. Should I? She made a gentle shooing motion, and Harry felt something, the faintest brush of displaced air, or maybe displaced something, move away from his head. His mind did feel slightly clearer. How did you find us, Luna? I told you. The Nargles. And what are Nargles? They're mischievous spirits. They hide in mistletoe and steal things, but they're also very good at finding paths. Hidden paths, especially. Luna tilted her head, studying him with those unsettling eyes. You have paths around this place. Confusing ones. But the Nargles showed me the true way. Harry's wards. She was describing his wards as if they were physical things she'd simply navigated around. Are you a witch, Luna? The question surprised her. That's what Mummy called herself. A witch. She did magic, real magic, with a wand and potions and everything. But I'm not. I'm something else, I think. I see things. Sometimes I can touch them, the things I see. But mostly I just see. Your mother. Where is she now? The dreamy quality in Luna's voice flickered, just for a moment, replaced by something raw and broken. She died. 2 years ago. An experiment went wrong. Daddy was there when it happened, but he wasn't really there afterward, if you know what I mean. His body stayed, but the rest of him went somewhere else. Harry knew exactly what she meant. He'd seen it in Vernon's eyes sometimes, the way grief could hollow a person out, leaving only a shell going through the motions. So you left. I had to. The house wasn't safe anymore. Too many of Mummy's experiments still running, and Daddy couldn't remember to maintain them. Things started leaking through. Bad things. Luna's eyes grew distant. I could see them coming. The Nargles warned me. So I packed a bag and walked away. And you've been on your own since then. The creatures help me. The ones most people can't see. They show me where to find food, where to sleep safely. And they told me about you. She focused on Harry with sudden, startling intensity. They said you're building something. Something important. They said I should be part of it. Harry leaned back, processing. A girl who could see invisible creatures, who had navigated his wards like they were street signs, whose mother had been a witch. In any other context, he would have assumed she was delusional. But he could set things on fire with his mind and move objects without touching them, so perhaps his standards for delusional needed adjustment. The creatures that told you about me. What did they say, exactly? Luna smiled, and for just a moment, her dreamy disconnect vanished, replaced by something sharper and stranger. They said you're going to change everything. They said you're going to tear down walls that have stood for centuries and build something new in their place. They also said, she paused, her expression troubled. They said something bad is coming. Something old and hungry that's been sleeping for a very long time. And that you're the only one who might be able to stop it. The dreams. The voice in the darkness. The impossible presence that had been haunting his nights for months. What else did they tell you about this, something bad? Not much. They're scared of it. Even the Nargles won't talk about it directly. But they showed me images sometimes, when I was sleeping. Stone corridors. Green gold light. A crown made of shadows. Luna shivered. And a king who wants to wake up. Harry had never told anyone about his nightmares. Not Tommy, not Derek, not a single member of his organization. He'd convinced himself they were just stress, just his mind processing the dangers of his new life. But Luna was describing them with perfect accuracy. "Stay," he said abruptly. "Join us. We'll find you a place, give you a role. You'll be safe here." Luna studied him with those misty eyes. "I know. The creatures told me that too." She smiled again, and this time there was warmth in it, the genuine warmth of someone who had been alone for too long and had finally found a shore. "I think I'd like that very much." Luna changed things. Not in obvious ways, she was too strange for obvious, but in subtle shifts that Harry noticed accumulating like snowfall. She had a gift for knowing when people were upset, appearing at their elbows with quiet comfort before they'd even admitted the problem to themselves. The younger children adored her, drawn by her gentle manner and endless patience for their questions. Even Derek, who trusted almost no one, found himself seeking her out when his nightmares got bad. "She knows things," he told Harry one evening, his voice wondering. "Things about me that I've never told anyone. She doesn't push, doesn't ask. She just knows. And somehow that makes it easier." Harry understood. Luna's sight, whatever it truly was, extended beyond invisible creatures into the realm of human emotion. She read people the way Harry read situations, with an intuitive grasp that transcended normal perception. But her most valuable contribution was strategic. "Something's going to happen in Southwark tomorrow," Luna said one morning, appearing at Harry's elbow while he reviewed supply reports. "The spirits are agitated. They keep showing me broken windows and red lights." Harry had learned to trust these warnings. "What kind of something?" "I'm not sure. But it feels angry. And there are police uniforms in the vision, though they're wrong somehow. Like costumes rather than real uniforms." Harry's mind raced. Fake police meant a raid, probably by one of the rival groups looking to destabilize their expansion. Red lights might indicate fire, arson was a common intimidation tactic. He sent warnings to Derek and moved extra people into position. That night, 3 men in stolen police uniforms showed up at the Southwark safe house with petrol cans and matches. They found themselves facing a reception committee that knew exactly who they were and what they planned. No one died. Harry made sure of that. But the message was sent: the underground knew things before they happened. Luna's sight gave them an edge that no street organization had ever possessed. Within weeks, their reputation had shifted from dangerous to supernatural, and in London's shadow world, supernatural meant untouchable. 2 months after Luna's arrival, Marcus came calling. Not in person, he was too smart for that after their last encounter, but through an intermediary. One of his lieutenants, a wiry teenager named Ash who Harry had always found slightly more reasonable than the rest. "He's got a problem," Ash explained, sitting across from Harry in the meeting room while Tommy and Derek flanked the exits. "Some new crews moving into his territory. Not local. They've got connections, resources, and they don't respect the boundaries." "Why is that my concern?" "Because they're coming for you next." Ash leaned forward, his face earnest. "Look, I know you and Marcus have your thing. He's not going to admit he needs help. But I'm telling you, these people are different. They don't play by street rules. They've got suits involved, real suits, with money and lawyers and resources we can't touch." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature. "Suits? What kind of suits?" "Business types. One of them showed up last week, tried to buy out Marcus's operation. When Marcus told him to fuck off, the guy just smiled and said they'd be speaking again soon. Next day, 3 of our safe houses got raided by actual police, the real ones, and half our supply chain got busted. Someone with connections to law enforcement. More than that. Someone who knows things. Who our people are, where we operate, how we work. Inside information that shouldn't be possible." Harry glanced at Luna, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, her misty eyes distant. She nodded slightly. This is true. Tell Marcus I'll look into it, Harry said finally. No promises. But if these people are coming for us too, we need to understand what we're dealing with. After Ash left, Tommy voiced what everyone was thinking. This sounds like those suits Derek warned us about. The ones asking about anomalous energy readings. Yes. So someone out there knows about your abilities. Knows about us. And has the resources to move against organizations that have been established for years. Yes. Tommy exhaled. Well. Shit. Luna spoke up, her voice dreamy but her words precise. The spirits show me a name. Graves. There's a man named Graves who wants to collect unusual things. He's been watching for a long time, gathering information, building power. And he's very, very interested in you, Harry. Harry filed the name away. Can you see anything else about him? Not clearly. He's protected, somehow. Shielded from the things that see. But I know he's old, not in body, but in experience. He's been playing this game longer than anyone on the streets. Then we'll have to be careful. Harry stood, his mind already sorting through possibilities. Tommy, I want information. Everything we can find about wealthy businessmen with interests in unusual phenomena. Use the legitimate channels, newspapers, public records, anything that won't attract attention. And the illegitimate channels? Not yet. If this Graves person is as connected as Luna suggests, we can't afford to tip our hand. Information only, no contact. Tommy nodded and headed out. Derek followed, already planning security adjustments. Luna remained, her eyes fixed on something Harry couldn't see. He's not the biggest danger, she said softly. Graves is powerful, yes. Frightening, yes. But he's human. The thing in your dreams, it's not human at all. And it's waking up faster. Harry didn't ask how she knew about his dreams. Can you see it? The way you see the other things? Sometimes. At the edges of my vision. A shadow that moves wrong. A shape that doesn't fit. It's hungry, Harry. So hungry that even the spirits are afraid to speak its name. She turned those misty eyes toward him, and for just a moment, they were completely clear. Whatever you're building, you need to build it faster. Time is running out. Time didn't run out that month, or the next. But it certainly seemed to be accelerating. The information Tommy gathered painted a troubling picture. Cyrus Graves was a businessman, technically. He owned interests in shipping, real estate, and a dozen other legitimate enterprises. He was also, according to some very carefully buried records, the last surviving member of an old magical family whose bloodline had produced nothing but squibs for 3 generations. A squib? Harry asked. The term was unfamiliar, though he could guess at its meaning. Luna explained. Wizards and witches usually have magical children. But sometimes, rarely, a magical family produces someone who can't do magic at all. They're called squibs. Most magical families hide them, or send them away. They're considered shameful. So Graves is from a magical family but can't do magic himself. Yes. The spirits say he resents it terribly. He spent decades trying to find ways to gain magical power, artifacts, rituals, stolen wands. Nothing worked. So he turned his attention to controlling magic instead. If he couldn't be magical himself, he could own magical things. Collect magical people. Build a bridge between the magical and non-magical worlds, with himself at the center. Harry considered this. A man with enormous resources, intimate knowledge of the magical world, and a burning desire to control what he couldn't possess. Such a man would indeed be very interested in an 8-year-old who could do impossible things. What's his organization called? The Compact. It's been around for centuries, in various forms. An alliance between certain magical families and certain wealthy non-magicals. They trade favors, information, influence. Graves runs the non-magical side now, and he's been consolidating power for decades. And now he's interested in the streets. In operations like Marcus's. He's interested in control. The street organizations are just pieces to move. What he really wants is you. Harry felt the weight of that assessment settle onto his shoulders. He'd known, on some level, that his abilities would eventually attract powerful attention. He'd hoped to have more time, more resources, more knowledge before that happened. He had 73 people depending on him. He had an organization that was still fragile, still growing. He had dreams of something sleeping beneath London and the whispered warnings of invisible spirits. And now he had Cyrus Graves. "We need more information," he said finally. "More than Tommy can find in newspapers. I need to understand how Graves operates, what his weaknesses are, what he's really after." Luna tilted her head. "There might be a way. But it's dangerous. Everything's dangerous. This especially." She was quiet for a moment, consulting with things Harry couldn't perceive. "There's a meeting happening next week. Compact business, but lower level, a gathering to coordinate their street operations. Graves won't be there, but his people will. If you could get inside." "How would I do that?" "Marcus has been invited. They're trying to recruit him, absorb his organization into their structure. He's considering it, despite what Ash said." Harry processed the implications. "If Marcus goes to that meeting, he might betray us. Give them everything he knows about the underground. Possibly. Or..." Luna's dreamy expression sharpened. "Or you could give him a reason not to. Remind him who's been helping him expand, who's been providing information that's worth more than anything the Compact could offer. Make it clear that betrayal has consequences. And then you convince him to take you along." Marcus didn't want to cooperate. "You're out of your mind," he said flatly. Harry had requested a meeting, their first face-to-face since the canal confrontation, and Marcus had agreed only because his curiosity outweighed his caution. The Compact isn't like the street crews. They've got connections that go all the way to the top. Government, police, military. You think you can just walk into one of their meetings and spy on them? Not spy. Observe. There's a difference. The difference being, spying implies I'm trying to steal their secrets. I just want to understand who they are, how they operate. Information I can use to protect my people, and yours." Marcus snorted. "My people don't need protection." "Really?" Harry reached into his pocket and produced a folded piece of paper. "Because according to this, the Compact is planning to absorb the Hollows into their street operations. You'd become a regional manager, reporting to their oversight committee. You'd have access to their resources, yes, but you'd also have to follow their rules. Their schedules. Their priorities." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "Where did you get that? Does it matter? The point is, they don't want an alliance. They want to own you. Is that what you worked so hard to build? So you could be someone's employee?" A long silence. Marcus's jaw worked, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. "And what's the alternative? Fight them? They'd crush us in a week. The alternative is information. Knowledge. Understanding their weaknesses before they have a chance to exploit ours." Harry met Marcus's gaze steadily. "You go to that meeting. I go with you, disguised, invisible, whatever it takes. We learn what they're really planning. And then we figure out how to turn it against them. And why would I trust you? After everything? Because I've never lied to you. I've threatened you, yes. But every piece of information I've ever given you has been accurate. Every prediction has come true." Harry stepped closer, letting some of the power inside him show in his eyes. And because if you betray me to the Compact, I will burn everything you've built to the ground. Not out of anger, I don't hold grudges, but because that's the only way I'll be safe. You know what I can do, Marcus. You've seen it. Do you really want to test my limits? Marcus stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. God, you're something else. 8 years old and you've got more steel than men twice your age. He shook his head slowly. Fine. You can come. But you stay invisible, you don't interfere, and if this goes wrong, I'm selling you out to save my own skin. Fair enough. They shook hands. It wasn't trust, neither of them would make that mistake, but it was an understanding. That was enough. The meeting was held in a private room above a restaurant in Mayfair. Harry had expected something grand, wood paneling, crystal chandeliers, the accumulated wealth of centuries on display. Instead, the room was almost aggressively plain, white walls, functional furniture, a conference table surrounded by chairs. The only extravagance was the art. 3 paintings hung on the walls, and even Harry's untrained eye could tell they were old and valuable. Portraits, all of them, men and women in clothing that spanned centuries, their eyes following the room with the same cold, calculating intelligence. Harry watched from the shadows near the door, wrapped in the most complete camouflage he'd ever attempted. It wasn't true invisibility, that was beyond him, but rather a combination of misdirection and suggestion that made people's eyes simply slide past him. If anyone looked directly at his position, they'd see a wall and a shadow. Nothing more. 12 people sat around the table. Marcus was there, looking uncomfortable in borrowed formal wear. The others were a mix of ages and styles, but they all had the same quality, a sense of being completely at home in rooms where ordinary people weren't welcome. The man at the head of the table wasn't Graves, Luna's description had been specific, and this man was younger, softer, without the hungry edge she'd mentioned. A lieutenant, probably. A messenger. The agenda for tonight is straightforward, the man began. His voice was cultured, educated, the product of expensive schools. We have 3 items to discuss. First, integration of new regional assets. Second, distribution of responsibilities for the Q2 expansion. Third, any concerns regarding the anomalous energy signatures that our monitoring stations have detected. Harry's attention sharpened on that last item. The first 2 agenda items were exactly what Harry had expected, administrative details about absorbing street organizations into the compact structure. Marcus sat through them stoically, asking occasional questions, playing the role of a practical businessman considering a merger. But when the third item came up, the atmosphere in the room changed. Our scientific team has confirmed at least 7 distinct signatures consistent with unauthorized magical activity in the Greater London area, the leader said. Most are minor, hedge wizards, petty criminals, the usual riffraff. But 3 are of particular interest. A screen descended from the ceiling, displaying a map of London with 3 points marked in red. The first is here, in Whitechapel. We believe it to be a rogue werewolf attempting to establish a pack structure outside ministry oversight. Harry filed that information away. Werewolves. Real werewolves. The second is here, in Camden. Our analysts believe it may be a metamorphmagus, a witch or wizard capable of changing their physical appearance at will. We're still attempting to confirm identity. A metamorphmagus. Another magical concept to research. And the third. The leader's voice dropped, took on a quality of intense interest. The third is here. Kentish Town. Harry's heart stopped. The red dot was centered exactly on his headquarters. This signature is unlike anything in our records. The energy readings are vast. Far exceeding what a single magical practitioner should be capable of. And they've been growing steadily over the past 18 months. Do we have a visual? Someone asked. Not yet. The source is protected by wards of unusual sophistication. Our observers can't get close without alerting whoever is inside. But we've managed to gather some intelligence. The screen changed, showing grainy photographs. Children entering and leaving buildings. Tommy, walking down a street with two of the supply crew. Derek, standing guard outside one of the secondary locations. And then, in the center of the montage, a single clearer image. Harry. Walking through a market, Luna at his side, his green eyes fixed on something outside the frame. This child, the leader said, appears to be at the center of the operation. We don't have a confirmed identity yet, but we believe he may be the primary source of the energy signature. A child, someone said skeptically. You're saying a child is producing energy readings that exceed established magical norms? I'm saying we don't know what he is. Our magical consultants have reviewed the data. Their conclusion is that either our monitoring equipment is malfunctioning, or we've encountered something unprecedented. The leader's voice hardened. Lord Graves has made this investigation a personal priority. We are to observe, gather information, and await further instructions. Under no circumstances are we to engage directly with the subject until we understand what we're dealing with. Harry felt a mix of fear and cold anger. They'd been watching him. Photographing him. Analyzing him like a specimen. And they had no idea that he was standing in the same room, listening to every word. The meeting continued for another hour. Harry absorbed everything, names, dates, operational details, the careful dance of power between compact factions. But his mind kept returning to that image of himself, the clinical way they discussed him, the hungry interest in their voices. They wanted to collect him. To own him, the way Graves owned his magical artifacts. And they had the resources to make it happen. Unless he acted first. He waited until Marcus was safely away from the meeting before making his presence known. Not to the Compact, that would have been suicide, but to Tommy and Luna, who were waiting at a predetermined location in Soho. They know about us, Harry said without preamble. Not everything, but enough. They've been photographing our operations, monitoring energy signatures, trying to figure out what I am. Tommy's face went pale. How much do they know? They have photos of our people. They know roughly where we're operating. But they don't know the extent of it. They think we're a small organization centered on Kentish Town. Harry's mind was racing, sorting through options. They're also cautious. Their leader told them not to engage until they understand what they're dealing with. That gives us a window. A window for what? Luna asked quietly. To disappear. To restructure. To become something they can't find. Harry looked at them both, his green eyes fierce in the dim streetlight. We're going underground, completely. Multiple layers of security, decentralized operations, nothing traceable to anything they've already observed. That's a massive undertaking, Tommy said slowly. We're talking about relocating dozens of people, establishing new safe houses, rebuilding supply chains from scratch. Yes. It'll take months. Then we'd better start tonight. Tommy stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. You know what, Harry Potter? I signed up for this life because it was better than the alternative. But somewhere along the way, it stopped being about survival and started being about something bigger. I'm not sure what to call it, but... He shrugged. I'm in. Whatever you need. Luna simply nodded, her misty eyes distant but her presence solid. The spirits say this is the right path. It will be hard. Some of what we've built will be lost. But what survives will be stronger. Harry felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his fire. These people, Tommy with his street wisdom, Luna with her impossible sight, and the 70 others waiting in their scattered safe houses, they believed in him. In what he was building. He wouldn't let them down. Then let's begin. The restructuring took 3 months. Harry used every trick he'd learned about misdirection, camouflage, and concealment. The Kentish town headquarters was abandoned, slowly, carefully, leaving behind signs of a normal departure rather than a panicked flight. The Compact's observers would see exactly what Harry wanted them to see, a small operation that had recognized it was outclassed and decided to dissolve. Meanwhile, the real underground dug deeper. Harry had discovered, during his explorations of the London tunnels, that the city had layers most people never imagined. Beneath the streets ran not just the underground railway but a maze of Victorian sewers, abandoned station platforms, service tunnels, and spaces that had been sealed off and forgotten for decades. Some were small, cramped crawlspaces suitable for nothing more than storage. Others were vast, cathedral-like chambers that had once served purposes no one could now remember. It was in these spaces that Harry built his new empire. He used his magic to reinforce unstable structures, to seal leaks, to create passages between areas that had never been connected. Luna helped him identify locations that the spirits deemed safe, places where the walls between worlds were stable, where nothing dark had taken root. Tommy coordinated the logistics, moving people and supplies through routes that changed weekly, establishing protocols for communication that could survive even the most determined surveillance. By the end of summer, the underground existed in name as well as spirit, a network of hidden spaces beneath London, connected by tunnels known only to its members, invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. The Compact's observers found nothing. Their reports, intercepted through a contact Marcus had developed, showed growing frustration. The energy signatures had diminished. Harry had learned to suppress his magical output when not actively using his abilities, and the street operation they'd been monitoring had seemingly evaporated. The subject remained unidentified, his whereabouts unknown. Cyrus Graves was not pleased. "He's obsessed," Tommy reported after a meeting with their Compact contact, a mid-level operative named Reynolds who decided the Underground's money was better than Compact scraps. "Graves has tripled the resources dedicated to finding you. He's convinced you're hiding somewhere, and he won't rest until he knows what you are. Let him search." Harry was reviewing supply reports in the main chamber, a space they'd dubbed the Commons. It had been a storage area for the London Underground at some point, the railway version, not their organization, and still bore traces of its original purpose, metal shelving rusted into abstract sculpture, faded signs warning of electrical hazards. The more resources he dedicates to the wrong areas, the better. That's the thing, though. He's not just searching in the wrong areas. He's developing new techniques. Magical detection equipment that can penetrate standard wards. Agents who can track energy signatures even when they're suppressed. Tommy hesitated. And he's reaching out to the magical government. Something about getting access to their records. Harry looked up sharply. The magical government? There's a whole separate government for witches and wizards. The Ministry of Magic, they call it. Normally they don't cooperate with non-magical organizations, but Graves has connections. If he can convince them that you're a threat, then I'd have two groups hunting me instead of one. Exactly. Harry considered this. His knowledge of the magical world was still fragmentary, gathered from Luna's explanations, Reynolds's intelligence, and his own research in certain specialized archives. But he understood enough to know that the ministry was powerful, organized, and deeply suspicious of anything that didn't fit their established categories. He was fairly certain that a homeless 8-year-old with untrained magical abilities and a criminal organization wouldn't fit their categories at all. "We need more information about the ministry," he said finally. "Not just what they do, but how they think. What they're afraid of. What they'd consider acceptable versus threatening." "I might be able to help with that," Luna offered. She'd been sitting in her usual corner, communing with invisible spirits, but now she focused on Harry with her unervingly clear gaze. "My mother knew people. Other witches and wizards who didn't quite fit the standard molds. Some of them might be willing to share information, for a price." "What kind of price?" "That depends on the person. But the magical world runs on favors and debts. If we could offer something they want, they might teach us something we need." Harry nodded slowly. Set up meetings. Carefully, we don't know who might be connected to Graves or the Ministry. But start building connections. The more we understand about the magical world, the better prepared we'll be when it finally comes for us. Luna's contacts were eclectic, to say the least. The first was a werewolf named Remus Lupin, the same one the Compact had been monitoring in Whitechapel. He was nothing like Harry had expected, a mild-mannered man in his early 30s, with prematurely grey hair and kind eyes that held more pain than any one person should carry. "I knew your parents," Lupin said, when Luna introduced them. They were meeting in a tea shop that catered to magical clientele, hidden behind a thoroughly ordinary-looking door in Diagon Alley. James and Lily. They were my best friends. Harry felt the world tilt slightly. His parents. Real people, with names and histories and friends who remembered them. "I don't know anything about them," he said quietly. "I was told they died in a car crash." Lupin's face twisted with something between grief and fury. "A car crash. That's what they told you?" "Lily and James were murdered. By a dark wizard named Voldemort, who was trying to take over our world. They died protecting you." The information settled into Harry's consciousness like stones sinking into water. Not a car crash. Murder. Protection. His entire understanding of his own history reshaping itself around these new facts. Why wasn't I raised in the magical world? If my parents were wizards, surely someone. Albus Dumbledore. Lupin's voice was carefully neutral. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard in Britain. He decided you should be raised by your mother's Muggle relatives. For protection, he said. Blood wards, based on your mother's sacrifice. The Dursleys. Harry's voice was flat. He left me with the Dursleys. You know them. I lived with them for 7 years. Harry felt his magic stirring, responding to the surge of emotion. He pushed it down carefully. They beat me. Starved me. Locked me in a cupboard. Whatever protection he thought they'd provide, it wasn't worth the cost. Lupin's face had gone grey. Harry. I didn't know. No one knew. Dumbledore assured everyone you were safe and happy. He visited every year, apparently. Said you were thriving. Then he lied. Or he didn't bother to actually look. Harry forced himself to breathe, to maintain control. It doesn't matter now. I left. I've built something new. What I need to know is, will Dumbledore come looking for me? Will the Ministry? Almost certainly. You're famous in our world, the boy who lived, they call you. The only person to ever survive the killing curse. When you turn 11, you'll receive an invitation to Hogwarts. If you don't respond, yes, they'll search. Dumbledore especially. He has plans for you. What kind of plans? I don't know specifically. But Dumbledore always has plans. He plays chess with people's lives, moving them into position for conflicts they don't understand. Lupin's voice was bitter. He did it to your parents. He's doing it to you. The question is whether you'll let him. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. No one moves me anywhere. Not anymore. The second contact was stranger. Her name was Andromeda Tonks, a witch from one of the old pure-blood families who'd been disowned for marrying a Muggle-born wizard. She was elegant, severe, and looked at Harry with the kind of assessment usually reserved for complicated financial transactions. Luna speaks highly of you, she said. They were meeting in her home, a comfortable house in a Muggle suburb that had been warded to the eyeballs. She says you're building something that matters. I wanted to see for myself. And what do you see? A child playing at being an adult. But also. She tilted her head, studying him. A child who's already an adult in all the ways that count. Someone who's survived what would have broken most people, and emerged not bitter but determined. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It's an observation. I deal in observations. Andromeda leaned forward. What exactly do you want from me, Mr. Potter? Information. About the magical world, the ministry, the old families. And. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. About a man named Cyrus Graves. Andromeda's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. You know about Graves. He's been hunting me. I'd like to understand why. Graves is complicated. A squib from the Graves family, one of the oldest magical houses in America. He came to Britain 40 years ago, after his family essentially exiled him. He's spent the decades since building an empire in the space between worlds. Andromeda paused. He's also, I believe, my second cousin by marriage, though neither of us acknowledges the connection. What does he want? What all-powerful men want. Control. Legacy. Validation. Andromeda's voice was clinical. But specifically, he wants to bridge the gap between magical and non-magical worlds. Not for altruistic reasons, for profit, and for revenge. He believes that if he can control the intersection points, he can become indispensable to both sides. A broker of power that no one can afford to antagonize. And where do I fit into that? You, Mr. Potter, are the most significant intersection point to appear in decades. A child with power that defies magical categories, building an organization that operates across both worlds. If Graves could control you, understand you, replicate you. She shook her head. He's not evil, exactly. But he's ruthless in ways that make evil look straightforward. Harry absorbed this. What would you advise? Stay hidden. Stay mobile. And when you can't hide anymore, be so powerful that confrontation would cost more than it's worth. Andromeda smiled thinly. Standard advice for dealing with any predator. And if I wanted more specific help? Knowledge, connections, resources. Then we'd need to discuss terms. Andromeda's smile sharpened. I don't work for free, Mr. Potter. But I also don't work for money. What I want is simpler and more complicated. I want my daughter safe. Your daughter? Nymphadora. She's training to be an Auror, magical law enforcement. Idealistic, talented, and completely convinced that the system can be reformed from within. Andromeda's expression softened, just slightly. She's wrong, of course. The ministry is rotten to its core. But she won't listen to me. Perhaps, in time, she might listen to you. Harry thought about this. An Auror contact could be invaluable, someone inside the magical establishment who might provide warnings, information, even protection. But Andromeda wasn't just offering an introduction. She was offering her daughter into Harry's orbit, betting that his influence would steer her daughter away from a path that Andromeda considered dangerous. It was manipulation. It was also, Harry recognized, an investment. I accept, he said. On one condition. Name it. Your daughter makes her own choices. I'll meet her, talk to her, share my perspective. But I won't manipulate her the way you're hoping. If she decides the ministry is worth saving, that's her right. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Fair enough, Mr. Potter. Perhaps I underestimated you. Most people do. It's proving to be an advantage. The third contact was the most unexpected. There's someone I need to show you, Luna said one evening, her voice even dreamier than usual. Someone the spirits have been speaking about for weeks. They say he's important, possibly more important than anyone else we've met. Who is he? I don't know his name. But I know where he'll be tonight. She led Harry through a twisted maze of alleys in Nocturne Alley, a disreputable corner of magical London that respectable witches and wizards avoided. The buildings here were old and crooked, leaning together like conspirators, and the air smelled of strange potions and older magic. They stopped outside a pub that looked like it had been carved from darkness itself. The sign above the door was unreadable, the words shifting whenever Harry tried to focus on them. "He's inside," Luna said. "Third booth from the back. The spirits say you should speak to him alone." Harry nodded, suppressing his unease. Luna's instincts had never steered him wrong. "If I'm not out in an hour, get help." "I will. But you'll be fine. The spirits are certain." He pushed through the door. The pub's interior was somehow darker than its exterior, lit by candles that gave off more shadow than light. A few figures hunched over tables, their faces hidden, their attention fixed on drinks that bubbled with unnatural colors. No one looked up as Harry entered. "Third booth from the back." Harry made his way there, keeping his movements casual, his expression neutral. Inside, he was taut as a bowstring, ready to unleash his magic at the first sign of threat. The booth's occupant was a man, thin, hook-nosed, with greasy black hair and eyes that held more darkness than the entire pub combined. He looked up as Harry approached, and his expression flickered through surprise, recognition, and something that might have been pain. "Potter." His voice was a low rasp, barely audible even in the quiet room. "Sit down." Harry slid into the seat across from him, his back to the wall, his eyes never leaving the man's face. "You know who I am." "Of course I know who you are. You look exactly like your father." The words were bitter, edged with old wounds. "Though your eyes are your mother's." "Lily's eyes." "You knew my parents." "I knew them." The man's fingers tightened around his glass. "Better than I should have. Worse than I could have." "Who are you?" A long pause. The candles flickered. The shadows seemed to lean closer. "My name is Severus Snape," the man said finally. "And I've been looking for you for 3 years." The conversation that followed lasted until dawn. Severus Snape was not, Harry discovered, an easy man to understand. He had been a Death Eater, a follower of the Dark Wizard who had murdered Harry's parents, but had switched sides before the war ended. He had loved Harry's mother with an obsessive intensity that bordered on unhealthy, and had hated Harry's father with equal passion. He currently worked as a spy for Dumbledore, teaching at Hogwarts while secretly monitoring the remnants of the Dark Wizard's followers. And he had been searching for Harry since discovering that the boy who lived was no longer at Privet Drive. "Dumbledore's tracking spells rely on your mother's blood protection," Snape explained, his voice still that low rasp that seemed designed to avoid eavesdropping. "When you left the Dursleys, you stepped outside the boundaries of his surveillance. He's been frantic, though he hides it well, trying to find you through other means. And you found me how?" "I didn't. Not until tonight." Snape's dark eyes gleamed. "I've been following rumors, magical fluctuations, impossible energy readings. The same trail that led the Compact to your doorstep. But where they see a specimen to be captured, I see something else." "What do you see?" Snape was quiet for a moment, studying Harry with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable but somehow wasn't. "I see Lily's son," he said finally. "A child who should have been protected and wasn't. A young man who's built something remarkable out of nothing, in defiance of everyone who should have helped him." He paused. "I see someone who might actually change things. I've heard that before. Usually from people who want to use me. I want nothing from you except—" Snape's voice caught, and for a moment, his mask of bitter composure slipped. "I want nothing except to repay a debt. I failed your mother. I failed you, by not finding you sooner. Let me help you now." "How?" "I can teach you. Real magic, not the instinctive fumbling you've been doing, but proper spellcraft. Potions. Theory. Everything a first-year Hogwarts student would learn, and more. I can also provide information about Dumbledore's plans, the Ministry's movements, the threats you'll face when you finally emerge from hiding." Harry considered this. Snape was complicated, layers of guilt and bitterness and pain wrapped around a core that Harry couldn't quite identify. He was clearly manipulative, possibly dangerous, and definitely not telling the whole truth about his motivations. But he was also offering something invaluable, knowledge. "I accept," Harry said. "But I have conditions." "Of course you do. You teach me honestly. No sabotage, no tricks, no information fed to me that you know is false. And you don't report my location to Dumbledore, not yet, not until I'm ready to face him on my own terms." Snape's lips twisted into something that might have been a smile. "You think you'll face Dumbledore?" "I know I will. He has plans for me, and those plans won't survive contact with reality. When that conflict happens, I intend to win. Against the most powerful wizard in Britain. Against anyone who thinks they can control me." Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, ugly sound, but genuine. "You really are Lily's son. She never let anyone tell her what to do either." He extended his hand. "We have a deal, Potter. I hope you survive long enough to appreciate it." Harry shook his hand. The Empire had just gained its most unlikely ally. The months that followed were the most intensive of Harry's life. Snape appeared in the underground once a week, slipping through wards that should have stopped him and conducting lessons in a sealed chamber that Harry had created specifically for the purpose. The man was a brutal teacher, demanding, critical, dismissive of any result that wasn't perfect, but he was also effective. Under his tutelage, Harry's raw power began to transform into something disciplined, controlled, dangerous. "Your instincts are remarkable," Snape admitted grudgingly during one session. "You've essentially reinvented several basic spells through pure trial and error. But instinct only takes you so far. To achieve true mastery, you need to understand the underlying principles." "Show me." Snape showed him. Wand movements, incantations, the complex theories of magical energy flow. Harry absorbed it all with the same desperate intensity he'd brought to his library research years ago, recognizing that knowledge was power and that power was survival. But he also continued developing his unique abilities, the ones that didn't fit into any category Snape recognized. "This isn't standard magic," Snape said, watching Harry manipulate shadows in ways that should have been impossible. "I don't know what you're doing, but it's not in any textbook I've ever read. Does it matter?" "Potentially. Unclassified magic tends to attract attention from the Department of Mysteries. They study the impossible, and they're not gentle about it." Harry filed that warning away. Another threat. Another predator circling. His 9th birthday came and went without fanfare. The underground celebrated quietly. Luna baked a cake using ingredients Harry chose not to question, and Tommy produced a bottle of stolen champagne that they shared among the leadership, but Harry's mind was on larger concerns. The Compact's surveillance had intensified. Reynolds reported that Graves was bringing in specialists from America, experts in magical detection who had techniques the British ministry didn't possess. The window of safety was closing. "We need to act," Harry said during a strategy meeting. Luna, Tommy, Derek, Snape, and Remus Lupin were all present, the core of what Harry privately thought of as his war council. "Waiting for them to find us is a losing game. What do you propose?" Snape asked, his voice neutral. "We stop hiding. We start taking territory, not physical territory, but organizational territory. The street crews, the underground economies, the power structures that the Compact relies on." Harry's eyes gleamed. "We make ourselves too valuable to destroy." "That's an escalation," Remus said carefully. "We'd be moving from survival to expansion." "The risks. The risks are the same whether we act or not. The difference is whether we control the timeline." Harry looked around the table, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. "I'm not asking for a vote. I'm telling you what's going to happen. But I want to know, are you with me?" Silence. Then Tommy grinned, that sharp, predatory expression that had become his trademark. Always have been, boss. Luna nodded, her misty eyes distant but certain. The spirits approve. They say this is the beginning of something important. Derek simply shrugged. You've kept my people alive for almost 2 years. I'll follow you into whatever comes next. Remus hesitated, but finally inclined his head. Your parents would have done the same thing. James never could resist a fight, and Lily never let anyone tell her what was possible. Only Snape remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Harry's face. You're going to start a war, he said quietly. Yes. People will die. Yes. And you're prepared to live with that? Harry met his gaze without flinching. I've been living with death since I was old enough to understand what it meant. The only question is whether the dying accomplishes something or not. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a genuine expression, warmer than Harry had ever seen on his face. You really are remarkable, Potter. I'm beginning to understand why the old powers are so afraid of you. They should be. Harry stood, and somehow the movement seemed to fill the room with his presence. Now. Let's talk about how we're going to take their empire apart. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Ledger of Debts. The warehouse burned like a beacon against the London night. Harry stood on a rooftop 3 blocks away, watching the flames climb toward the sky, counting the seconds between the first explosion and the arrival of emergency services. 11 minutes. Acceptable, but not ideal, he'd hoped for 15. That's the 3rd compact supply depot this month, Tommy said, crouched beside him. They're going to start taking this personally. That's the point. The warehouse had contained pharmaceuticals, legitimate ones, legally obtained, destined for distribution through compact-controlled medical facilities. Harry hadn't destroyed the medicine, his people had relocated it to clinics that actually served the poor instead of using them as fronts for money laundering. What burned now was empty shelving and carefully planted evidence suggesting a rival criminal organization. The compact would investigate. They would find traces pointing toward the Whitmore Syndicate, a mid-level operation that had been causing Graves trouble for months. They would retaliate against the wrong target, weakening both organizations while the underground grew stronger in the shadows. It was chess. Harry had always been good at chess. Reynolds says Graves is coming to London personally, Tommy continued. First time in 3 years. Whatever we've been doing, it's gotten his attention. Good. An enemy you can't see is an enemy you can't predict. I want him close enough to study. And if he finds us first? Harry smiled, and in the firelight, it looked almost feral. Then we'll have a conversation. 9 years old now, and the underground had transformed into something that would have been unrecognizable to the desperate boy who'd stumbled into London's margins 18 months ago. The organization operated on 3 levels. The visible layer consisted of legitimate businesses, food banks, youth shelters, community services, that provided cover and income while actually helping people who needed it. The middle layer encompassed the street operations, information networks, smuggling routes, the careful cultivation of alliances with other organizations. And the deepest layer, known only to Harry's inner circle, was something else entirely. It was magic. Harry had discovered, over months of careful experimentation, that he wasn't the only magical child on the streets. They were rare, perhaps 1 in 1,000 of the lost and abandoned, but they existed. Kids who could do small impossible things, heal minor wounds, predict the weather, speak to animals. Kids who had been cast out by frightened families or had slipped through the cracks of a magical society that didn't know they existed. He gathered them. Trained them. Gave them what Snape and Luna had given him, understanding, control, purpose. You're building an army, Snape had observed during a recent lesson, his voice carefully neutral. I'm building a family that can defend itself. The distinction may matter less than you think. Harry hadn't argued. Snape wasn't wrong. The 12 magical children now living in the underground's deepest warrens were indeed being trained for combat, among other things. But they were also being taught to read, to think, to question. They were being given the childhood Harry had never had. If that childhood included learning how to fight, well, the world was what it was. The attack came 3 weeks after the warehouse fire. Harry sensed it before it happened, a wrongness in the wards, a ripple in the protective magic he'd layered over their headquarters. He was on his feet and moving before the first explosion shattered the eastern tunnel entrance. Defensive positions. Derek's voice cut through the chaos, and the years of drills paid off. People scattered to predetermined locations, the non-combatants retreating to the deepest shelters while the fighters formed up at choke points. Harry reached the eastern breach in time to see them coming, figures in tactical gear, moving with military precision, weapons that crackled with unfamiliar energy. Not police. Not street criminals. Compact operatives. The real ones. There. One of them shouted, pointing at Harry. The primary target. Harry raised his hand, and the fire came without thought, a wall of blue-white flame that filled the tunnel, forcing the attackers back. But they didn't retreat. Instead, they produced devices that hummed with power, and the fire bent, deflecting around them like water around stones. Magic dampening technology. Snape had warned him about this. Fall back. Harry commanded, already calculating alternatives. Tunnel C, secondary positions. The fighting withdrawal was ugly. 2 of Derek's people went down to energy weapons before they reached the fallback point, and Harry took a grazing hit to his shoulder that burned like acid. But they made it, sealing the tunnel behind them with a combination of rubble and magical reinforcement. That won't hold long, Tommy said, his face pale but his voice steady. What's the plan? Harry's mind raced. The Compact had found them, not the decoy locations, the real headquarters. Someone had talked, or their detection technology had improved beyond what Reynolds had reported. We can't win a straight fight. They're too well equipped. Harry pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder, feeling the strange burn of whatever energy had hit him. We need to change the game. How? Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the thing inside him, not the fire or the telekinesis, but the deeper power, the one he rarely used because it scared him. The presence that had been growing stronger since his dreams of the Hollow King had begun. He touched the walls. Not physically, but with his mind, his magic, his will. The stone responded. Oh, Luna breathed, her eyes wide. Harry, the spirits are screaming. I know. Harry's voice came from far away, most of his consciousness merged with the bedrock beneath London. Tell everyone to brace themselves. He pulled. The Compact operatives were advancing through the first tunnel when the earthquake hit. It wasn't a natural tremor, nothing about it was natural. The ground heaved specifically beneath their feet, precisely calculated to throw them off balance without collapsing the structures the underground needed. Walls shifted, creating new passages where there had been none, sealing others that the attackers had been planning to use. The underground's tunnel network transformed in seconds, becoming a maze that only Harry could navigate. What the fuck, one of the operatives managed, before the floor opened beneath him and he disappeared into darkness. Harry emerged from a wall that hadn't existed moments before, his eyes blazing with green-gold light, his power crackling visibly around him. The remaining operatives spun, weapons raised, but they were disoriented, separated from their squad mates, lost in a geography that had just rewritten itself. You're in my house, Harry said, and his voice resonated through the stone itself. You weren't invited. He didn't kill them. He wasn't sure he could have, in that moment, the power flowing through him was vast but unstable, difficult to direct toward precise violence. Instead, he wrapped them in stone, encasing everything except their heads, leaving them immobilized and helpless. 15 operatives. The entire assault team, neutralized in under a minute. Harry let the power recede, and the world swam around him. His knees buckled, and Tommy was there, catching him before he hit the ground. Christ, Harry. What did you just do? Something new. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Something I probably shouldn't have. The wards, Luna said, her face troubled. They're different now. Whatever you did, it changed them. Changed everything. Good different or bad different? I don't know. The spirits can't decide. She knelt beside him, her cool hand touching his forehead. You're burning up. We need to get you somewhere safe. The operatives, Derek's handling them. Most of them are unconscious, probably from the shock of whatever you did. The ones who aren't are too scared to cause trouble. Tommy helped Harry to his feet, slinging one of Harry's arms over his shoulder. Come on. You've done enough heroics for one night. Harry wanted to argue, but the darkness was closing in around the edges of his vision. The power he'd used had cost something, more than he'd realized. More than he could afford. He let them take him away. He slept for 3 days. When he woke, Luna was sitting beside his bed, her misty eyes fixed on something he couldn't see. She looked older somehow, though no time had passed, older and more tired, as if the events of the past few days had aged her by years. You're awake, she said softly. The spirits were worried. Some of them thought you might not come back. Harry's mouth was dry, his body aching in ways he couldn't quite identify. Come back from where? From wherever you went when you touched the deep magic. Luna turned to face him, and her expression was more serious than he'd ever seen it. What you did, it wasn't normal, Harry. Not normal for wizards, not normal for anything. You reached into the bones of the earth and commanded them. That's not magic. That's something else. Is that bad? I don't know. The spirits are divided. Some of them are terrified of you now. Others. She paused, searching for words. Others are excited. They say you're becoming something new. Something that hasn't existed for a very long time. Harry struggled to sit up, ignoring the protests of his battered body. What about the operatives? The attack? Derek interrogated them. The compact tracked us through our energy signature, not wards or conventional surveillance, but something new. Technology that can detect magical output even when it's suppressed. Luna's voice was grim. Graves brought it from America. His specialists have been developing it for years. So our concealment is compromised. Yes. We had to relocate the primary headquarters. We're in the tertiary site now, the one beneath the old brewery. Derek doesn't think they can find us here, but... She shrugged. He's not certain. Harry absorbed this. 3 days unconscious, their headquarters compromised, their primary advantage, invisibility, severely damaged. And Graves had technology that could track him specifically. Where's Tommy? Running damage control. Some of our surface operations had to shut down, too much risk of them being traced back to us. And Marcus has been making noise about the attack. He says the compact is pressuring him to give up information about us. Will he? I don't know. He's scared. Everyone's scared. Luna reached out and took his hand, her thin fingers surprisingly warm. Except me. The spirits say this is all happening exactly as it should. The fire that nearly destroys is the fire that transforms. Harry squeezed her hand. Sometimes I think you're the only one who really understands. I don't understand. I just see. She smiled, and it was sad and beautiful at once. But I know that whatever you're becoming, it's what the world needs. Even if the world doesn't know it yet. The next week was a blur of reorganization and damage assessment. The attack had hurt them, 3 people dead, a dozen wounded, their primary base compromised, and their energy signature now trackable. But it hadn't destroyed them, and that itself was a kind of victory. They came at us with military precision and magical nullifying technology, Derek reported during a leadership meeting. And we beat them. That's going to resonate. The street crews are already talking about it. What are they saying? That the underground fought off a compact assault and captured 15 of their operatives. That we have powers they don't understand. That Graves himself is afraid of us. Derek's scarred face split into a rare grin. Our recruitment inquiries have tripled since the attack. Harry nodded slowly. What about the captured operatives? Still imprisoned. We've kept them comfortable, medical attention, food, water, but they're not talking. Professional soldiers, all of them. Compact pays well for loyalty. Or buys it with fear. Harry turned to Snape, who had arrived that morning, his dark eyes taking in the changed headquarters with obvious interest. What does the magical world know about what happened? Rumors only. The Ministry detected an anomalous magical event in North London but couldn't identify its source. Their investigation is ongoing, but they're looking in the wrong place. They think it was some kind of accidental magical discharge, possibly from an experimental artifact. Snape's lips twitched. They have no idea it was a 9-year-old boy reshaping the physical geography of London. Let's keep it that way. For now. But what you did, Snape paused, choosing his words carefully. It's not in any textbook. It's not in any historical record. The closest comparison I can find is in myths about the founders of Hogwarts, and even those stories don't describe anything quite so dramatic. What are you saying? I'm saying that you may have crossed a threshold. Done something that can't be undone. Snape's dark eyes were intense. You need to understand what you're becoming before you become it. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise you might become something you never intended. Power without understanding is just chaos with better aim. Harry took Snape's warning seriously. Over the following weeks, even as he managed the ongoing crisis with the Compact, he devoted hours each day to understanding what he'd done during the attack. Luna helped, her sight providing glimpses of the magical structures he'd manipulated. Snape contributed theoretical knowledge, comparing Harry's abilities to obscure magical disciplines that most wizards considered lost or legendary. The picture that emerged was troubling. You're not just channeling magical energy, Snape explained during one late-night session. You're accessing something deeper, the fundamental layer of reality that underlies physical matter. When you touched the stone, you weren't casting a spell. You were exerting your will directly on the substrate of existence. Is that possible? Obviously, since you did it. But it shouldn't be. This kind of direct reality manipulation was supposedly the province of the founders, the great mages of legend. No modern wizard can do it, their magic is filtered through wands and incantations, shaped by thousands of years of developed methodology. So I'm a throwback. Some kind of magical atavism? Perhaps. Or perhaps. Snape hesitated. There are other possibilities. Less pleasant ones. Tell me. There are entities, beings of immense power that exist outside normal reality. Some legends suggest that certain wizards made pacts with these entities, gaining abilities beyond normal magical limits in exchange for. Snape's voice trailed off. In exchange for what? The stories aren't clear. Service, perhaps. Or something more fundamental, a piece of their soul, their identity, their humanity. Harry thought about the voice in his dreams. The Hollow King, with its promises of power and its hunger for release. I haven't made any deals, he said carefully. But I've been contacted. In dreams. By something that matches what you're describing. Snape went very still. Describe it. Harry told him about the dreams, the darkness, the symbols, the crown of shadows and the king who wanted to wake. Snape's face grew paler with each detail, until by the end he looked like he might be sick. I need to research this, he said finally. There are records, restricted records, in the Hogwarts library and elsewhere, that might explain what you're dealing with. But Harry. He used Harry's first name so rarely that the word carried weight. If this entity is what I think it is, you cannot accept anything it offers. Not power, not knowledge, not protection. Everything it gives comes with a price that's not worth paying. I've refused it so far. Good. Keep refusing. Snape stood abruptly, his robes swirling. I'll return when I have more information. In the meantime, avoid using the deep magic you accessed during the attack. Every time you reach for that power, you may be drawing its attention. And if I need that power to survive? Snape paused at the door, his dark eyes unreadable. Then you'll have to decide which is worse, dying, or becoming something that merely wears your face. The Compact's response came 3 weeks later. Not another assault. Graves had apparently learned from that failure, but something subtler and, in its way, more dangerous. Information. Carefully released through channels the underground monitored, designed to reach Harry's ears without seeming intentional. Reynolds delivered the first piece, his face troubled. They know about the street kids. The magical ones. They're calling them anomalies in their internal communications. Harry felt ice form in his stomach. What exactly do they know? Locations. Abilities. Identities. Reynolds swallowed. They've been watching for longer than we realized. They know about the training program, the way you've been developing their powers. And they're interested. Interested how? Recruitment. They want to make offers, safety, resources, legitimate magical education. In exchange for cooperation. They're trying to poach my people. Some of them. The ones they consider valuable. Reynolds hesitated. There's more. They're planning to leak information to the Ministry. Not about you specifically, but about the magical children living on the streets. They think the Ministry will be alarmed by the existence of untrained young witches and wizards outside their control. Harry understood immediately. It was elegant, in a horrible way. The Compact couldn't find Harry's headquarters or confront him directly, so they were using pressure instead. Force the Ministry to investigate the street magic situation. Create chaos among Harry's magical followers. Offer an alternative path for those who got scared. Divide and conquer. What do you recommend? Harry asked. Reynolds looked surprised by the question. I'm just an informant. I don't, you've been watching the Compact for months. You know how they think. If you were in my position, what would you do? A long pause. Then Reynolds said slowly, I'd beat them to it. Go to the Ministry first, on your own terms. Present yourself not as a threat but as an asset. Offer cooperation before they can demand it. Surrender, you mean? Not surrender. Negotiation. There's a difference. Harry considered this. Reynolds wasn't wrong. From a purely strategic standpoint, early engagement with the Ministry might prevent them from viewing him as an enemy. But it would also mean exposing himself, his people, everything he'd built. I'll think about it, he said. In the meantime, I need to speak to the magical children. All of them. Whatever happens, they need to hear about this from me first. The meeting took place in the deepest chamber of their headquarters, a space Harry had carved from raw stone using the abilities that still frightened him. 12 young faces looked up at him, ranging in age from 6 to 14, their expressions a mixture of trust and fear. You've heard rumors, Harry began, keeping his voice calm and even. About people who are interested in us. People who want to offer you a different path. Murmurs rippled through the group. Harry held up a hand for silence. I'm not going to lie to you. The Compact, the organization that attacked us, knows about your abilities. They know where some of you came from, what you can do. They're going to try to recruit you. And they're going to try to scare you into leaving by bringing the magical government into our affairs. What do we do? Asked Maria, one of the oldest, a girl who could make plants grow with a touch. You decide. Each of you, individually. Harry met her eyes steadily. I'm not going to keep anyone here who doesn't want to be here. If you believe the Compact can offer you a better life, you're free to go to them. If you want to take your chances with the Ministry, I'll help you do it safely. This isn't a prison. But the Compact attacked us, someone said. They tried to kill us. They tried to capture me. The rest of you were incidental. Harry's voice was flat. That doesn't make it better, but it's important that you understand, they don't want to destroy us. They want to control us. That's a different kind of danger. Silence fell over the chamber. Harry let it stretch, giving them time to process. I won't pretend I have all the answers, he continued eventually. I'm 9 years old. A year ago, I was sleeping in alleys and stealing food from dumpsters. Everything I've built has been improvised, figured out as I went along. Maybe the Compact could offer you stability, resources, the kind of power that comes from legitimate institutions. But? Maria prompted. But they're not offering any of that for free. Graves wants weapons. Tools. Assets he can deploy. If you go to him, you'll be trading one master for another, and at least with me, you know I'll let you leave if you want to. What about the Ministry? Asked a younger boy, Thomas, who could talk to rats. The Ministry is complicated. From what I've learned, they're not evil, but they're rigid. They have rules about how magic should be used, who should be educated, how wizards and witches should live. They might take you in, train you properly, give you a place in their world. But that world has its own prejudices, its own hierarchies. Street kids, Muggle-raised kids, you'd be starting at the bottom. Harry paused, then added quietly, I can't promise that staying with me is the right choice. I can only promise that whatever happens, I'll fight for you. I'll protect you as long as I'm able. And I'll never treat you as tools to be used and discarded. The silence stretched again. Then Maria stood, her expression resolute. I came here because no one else wanted me. Because my family thought I was a freak, a monster, something broken. You gave me a place. Taught me my powers weren't shameful. Made me feel like I mattered. She looked around at the others. I'm not leaving. I'm staying until Harry tells me to go. One by one, the others rose too. Thomas. A girl named Sarah who could heal small wounds. Twin brothers who could share thoughts. Every single one of them, standing in solidarity, choosing the uncertain path over the comfortable one. Harry felt something crack open in his chest, something he thought was permanently frozen. Thank you, he said, and his voice wasn't entirely steady. I won't let you down. The Compact's information campaign launched a week later. It was subtle, as Reynolds had predicted. Hints dropped to Ministry contacts. Anonymous tips about dangerous magical activity among London's homeless population. A carefully crafted narrative that painted Harry's operation as a threat to the statute of secrecy, the magical law requiring wizards to remain hidden from non-magical society. The Ministry responded exactly as Graves had intended. Aurors began investigating. Not the full force of magical law enforcement, not yet, but scouts, observers, specialists tasked with determining whether the rumors had substance. Harry's people spotted them within days, witches and wizards trying too hard to look like ordinary muggles, their eyes scanning crowds for signs of magic. They're getting closer, Tommy reported grimly. 2 of them found the Whitechapel safe house yesterday. Only stayed for an hour, but they were clearly looking for something specific. Did they find anything? Nothing incriminating. We've been careful. But it's only a matter of time. Harry nodded, his mind working through the possibilities. The Ministry investigation was a problem, but it was also an opportunity. If he could control the narrative, present himself as a responsible actor rather than a rogue threat, he might be able to defuse the situation before it escalated. I need to talk to someone inside the Ministry, he said. Someone who might be sympathetic. Or at least willing to listen. Lupin might know someone, Luna suggested. He has contacts from his time with your parents. Some of them work in the ministry now. No. I need someone who isn't connected to my past, who doesn't have preconceptions about who I should be. Harry turned to Snape, who had been listening silently from his usual shadowed corner. What about you? You know ministry people. I know ministry people who answer to Dumbledore. Using them would defeat the purpose. Snape paused, considering. However, there is one possibility. Andromeda Tonks mentioned her daughter is in Auror training. She's young, idealistic, and apparently talented enough to have progressed quickly through the program. Tonks, Harry repeated. Andromeda offered her as a contact, didn't she? Yes. Though I suspect what she actually wants is for you to corrupt her daughter's naive faith in the ministry system. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Harry stood, decision crystallizing. Set up a meeting. Somewhere neutral, somewhere the ministry can't trace. I want to talk to this Nymphadora Tonks before her superiors decide what to think about me. The meeting happened 3 nights later, in a Muggle coffee shop in Clapham that Luna's spirits had deemed safe. Nymphadora Tonks, who, Harry quickly learned, vastly preferred just Tonks, was not what he expected. She was perhaps 19, with shocking pink hair that had to be magical in origin, a heart-shaped face that seemed designed for smiling, and an unfortunate tendency to trip over furniture. Sorry, these chairs are rubbish, honestly, she stumbled into the seat across from Harry, nearly knocking over the salt shaker. Right. You're him, then. The mysterious street wizard everyone's been whispering about. Harry raised an eyebrow. Is that what they're calling me? Among other things. Some of the senior Aurors think you're a dark wizard in training. Others figure you're just a scared kid who got in over his head. And my boss thinks you might be a hoax entirely, some kind of misdirection from a more conventional criminal operation. What do you think? Tonks studied him with surprisingly shrewd eyes. I think you're 9 years old and you've got Severus Bloody Snape, vouching for you. That's either deeply concerning or deeply impressive. Possibly both. You know Snape. Everyone knows Snape. He taught my potions classes for 3 years. Terrifying man, but fair in his own way. If he says you're worth talking to, there's probably something to it. She leaned forward, her expression turning serious. So. Talk. What do you want from the ministry? I want to be left alone. That's not going to happen. You've got magical children living outside ministry oversight, practicing magic without proper training. That's a direct violation of the Statute of Secrecy and about 15 other laws. The DMLE has to investigate. And if I can demonstrate that we're not a threat, that we've been careful, that we haven't exposed magic to the Muggle world, that our people are receiving proper training. Tonks hesitated. That would complicate things. The laws are pretty clear, but there's discretionary space. If you could show that you're operating responsibly. I can do more than that. Harry reached into his pocket and produced a folder, one he'd prepared specifically for this meeting. This is intelligence on Cyrus Graves and the Compact. Detailed information about their operations, their personnel, their infiltration of both magical and non-magical institutions. Information the ministry doesn't have and probably needs. Tonks took the folder, flipping through it with growing incredulity. How did you get this? I have sources. The point is, I'm not your enemy. Graves is. He's been using the ministry's interest in me to distract from his own activities. If your bosses want to investigate something, they should investigate him. You want to redirect our attention. I want to redirect your attention to a genuine threat, yes. The Compact has been operating in Britain for centuries, manipulating magical affairs from the shadows. They've got agents in your department, Tonks. Did you know that? She looked up sharply. That's a serious accusation. Page 47. Names, positions, documented payments. I don't have proof that would hold up in court, but I have enough to make someone very uncomfortable. Tonks was quiet for a long moment, staring at the folder as if it might bite her. Then she said slowly, "Why are you showing me this? I'm a junior Auror. I can't make policy decisions. Because you're not compromised. Your mother made sure of that. She's been testing you, in her way, making certain the compact never got its hooks in." Harry met her eyes steadily. "And because I think you actually care about doing the right thing. Not what's legal, not what's convenient. What's right. You've done research on me. I do research on everyone." Tonks laughed despite herself, a surprised sound that seemed to startle her as much as Harry. "God, you're something else. 9 years old and you talk like a politician. I grew up fast. It was either that or not grow up at all." Her expression sobered. "Yeah. I heard something about your childhood. The Dursleys? Among other things. I'm sorry. The system should have protected you. The system protects itself. I've learned not to expect anything else." Harry stood, signaling that the meeting was ending. "Take the folder. Read it, think about it, decide what to do. If you want to help, really help, I'll be in touch. If you want to turn me into your superiors, I'll understand. I've made preparations either way." "Wait." Tonks rose too, her pink hair shifting through shades of uncertain purple. "What preparations? What are you going to do if the ministry comes for you?" Harry smiled, and it wasn't entirely pleasant. "What I always do. Survive." The week after the meeting with Tonks was quiet, too quiet. Harry used the time to strengthen their defenses, relocate vulnerable assets, and prepare for whatever came next. Luna's spirits were agitated, warning of approaching conflict without specifying its nature. Snape sent word that Dumbledore was asking questions about unusual magical activity in London, suggesting that information was leaking through ministry channels. And then, on a Tuesday morning, everything changed. Derek burst into Harry's chamber without knocking, his scarred face pale. "We've got a situation. One of the safe houses, the one in Brixton, got hit 20 minutes ago." "Hit by whom?" "Not sure. It wasn't compact, wrong tactics, wrong equipment. And it wasn't ministry, no Auror badges, no official procedure." Derek's voice was grim. "Whoever they were, they took 6 people. Including one of the magical kids. Thomas." Harry felt the cold spread through his chest. Thomas, who could talk to rats, who was 7 years old and still afraid of loud noises because of whatever had happened before he found the underground. "Where are they now?" "We don't know. The attackers disapparated, magical teleportation, before our people could follow. But one of them dropped something." Derek held out a scrap of fabric, black cloth embroidered with a silver symbol Harry didn't recognize. "What is this?" "No idea. But I figured your magical contacts might know." Harry took the fabric, studying the symbol. It looked like a rune of some kind, angular, harsh, wrong in a way he could feel but not explain. When he touched it, his skin crawled with instinctive revulsion. "Get Snape," he said quietly. "And Luna. And Remus. Everyone who might be able to identify this. We find out who took our people, and we bring them back." Remus was the one who recognized the symbol. "Snatchers," he said, his voice heavy with old anger. "During the First War, the war against Voldemort, there were groups who hunted people for money. Muggle-borns, blood traders, anyone with a bounty on their head. They called themselves Snatchers. The war's been over for 8 years, Snape pointed out. The organizations disbanded, mostly. But some of them reformed into mercenary groups. They hire themselves out to anyone willing to pay, dark wizards, foreign governments, wealthy criminals." Remus's eyes met Harry's. This symbol is from a group called the Night Court. They're based somewhere in Eastern Europe, but they operate throughout the continent. Why would mercenaries from Eastern Europe kidnap street children from London? Because someone hired them to. Luna's voice was distant, her gaze fixed on something the others couldn't see. The spirits show me a trail. Gold changing hands. Instructions given. Names specified. She focused, her misty eyes sharpening. They were paid to take magical children. Specifically magical children. And they were given a list, our list. The names and locations of everyone in the Underground's magical training program. Harry felt the rage building in his chest, cold and focused and deadly. Someone betrayed us. Or someone had very good intelligence. Snape's voice was clinical. The Compact has been gathering information on your people for months. If they contracted the Night Court. Graves. Harry spat the name like a curse. He couldn't take us directly, so he hired someone else. Someone who doesn't have to worry about collateral damage or public relations. What do we do? Tommy asked. We can't just let them take our people. No. Harry turned to face his council, his green eyes blazing with power he wasn't bothering to suppress. We can't. We need to find where the Night Court is based, we need to recover our people, and we need to send a message that makes very clear what happens to anyone who threatens the Underground. That's a military operation, Derek said. We don't have the resources. Then we'll find them. Harry's voice was calm, but the walls were beginning to tremble, resonating with his barely contained fury. Snape, you know people in the darker corners of the magical world. Find me someone who can tell us where the Night Court operates. Remus, reach out to your contacts among the werewolves and other magical creatures. Anyone who might have encountered these mercenaries. Tommy, Derek, lock down all our remaining operations. Full defensive protocols until this is resolved. What about the Ministry? Luna asked quietly. Tonks said they were investigating. If we launch a raid on a foreign mercenary organization, then the Ministry will have to decide whether they want to help or get out of the way. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm not going to let bureaucracy stop me from protecting my people. If the Ministry wants to arrest me afterward, they're welcome to try. Luna smiled, sad and proud at once. The spirits said you'd say that. They also said this is the moment that changes everything. Good or bad? They won't tell me. But they say it's necessary. Harry nodded, accepting this. Some choices couldn't be avoided, only confronted. Then let's get started. The intelligence came together over the following 72 hours. Snape's underworld contacts provided locations, a network of Night Court safe houses scattered across Europe, with a primary base in Romania. Remus's werewolf allies contributed tactical information, guard rotations, magical defenses, the kinds of wards the mercenaries typically employed. The picture that emerged was daunting. The Night Court was a professional operation, staffed by experienced magical combatants, protected by layers of defensive magic. A direct assault would be suicide. But Harry had never planned a direct assault. Their business model depends on reputation, he explained during the planning session. Clients hire them because they're reliable, discreet, effective. If we can damage that reputation, make them look incompetent, hit them where they feel safe, their whole operation suffers. How do you damage the reputation of mercenaries? Tommy asked. By beating them at their own game. Harry pointed to a map of Romania, where the primary Night Court compound was marked. They kidnapped our people for money. We're going to kidnap their people for free. Not permanently, just long enough to negotiate. Kidnap mercenaries? Derek looked skeptical. These are professionals. Professionals who don't expect a counterattack. They've operated with impunity for years because their targets are usually vulnerable, refugees, runaways, people who can't fight back. We're different. We know who they are, where they operate, what their weaknesses are. And we have something they don't. What's that? Harry smiled, and it was the expression of someone who had stopped playing defense. We have me. The operation launched 4 days later. Harry led a small team, himself, Snape, Remus, and 3 of the most capable magical children from his training program. Luna stayed behind to coordinate communications, maintaining contact through a magical mirror Snape had provided. They arrived in Romania by Portkey, an uncomfortable magical transport method that Snape had arranged through contacts Harry didn't ask about. The Night Court compound was an old fortress, perched on a mountainside overlooking a valley that had probably been beautiful once, before the mercenaries claimed it. Wards, Snape murmured, his wand moving in complex diagnostic patterns. 3 layers. Standard anti-apparition, detection charms, and something custom, probably an alarm system tied to specific magical signatures. Can you break them? With time. But not quietly. We don't need quiet. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the deep power that Snape had warned him about. The power that touched the bones of the earth and made them move. We need chaos. He found the stone beneath the fortress. Found the faults, the weaknesses, the places where centuries of construction had created instabilities. And he pushed. The earthquake was precisely targeted, violent enough to collapse the outer walls, gentle enough to leave the main structure standing. Alarms blared. People screamed. The carefully maintained order of the Night Court compound dissolved into panic. Now, Harry said, and his team moved. They fought through the chaos with brutal efficiency. Snape's spells cut through resistance like a knife through paper. Remus's werewolf strength threw opponents aside like toys. The magical children, Maria, who could control plants, and the twin brothers who shared thoughts, provided support that the mercenaries were completely unprepared for. Harry himself was the spearhead, his power radiating around him in visible waves. He didn't kill, he promised himself that, but he didn't hold back either. Mercenaries found themselves encased in stone, suspended in mid-air, stripped of their wands and weapons before they could react. The Night Court's leadership had gathered in the central tower, preparing some kind of defense, when Harry smashed through the door. "Good evening," he said, his voice calm despite the power crackling around him. "I believe you have some people who belong to me." The negotiation was brief. Harry didn't threaten. He didn't need to. The mercenaries could see what he was, what he could do, and they made the calculation that professional soldiers always made: was this fight worth dying for? It wasn't. Thomas and the other 5 captives were released within the hour. They were frightened, shaken, but unharmed. The Night Court treated their merchandise carefully, protecting their investment. Harry gathered them, checked each one for injuries, and then turned back to the mercenary leadership. "You were hired by Cyrus Graves," he said. "For this job specifically, and probably others." The Night Court's commander, a hard-faced woman named Basilica, didn't bother denying it. "Graves is a good client. Pays well, provides useful intelligence. Graves is about to stop being a client." Harry met her eyes steadily. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to refuse any future contracts involving the Underground, my organization. If anyone asks you to move against us, you'll turn them down. And you'll spread the word to other mercenary groups: the Underground is off limits." "And why would we agree to that?" "Because the alternative is that I come back. And next time, I won't be negotiating." Basilica studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, a predator's expression recognizing a fellow predator. "You're not what I expected, little wizard. Our files said you were a child. They didn't mention you were also a force of nature. Update your files." "I will." She extended her hand, a gesture of professional respect. "No more contracts against your people. You have my word, for whatever that's worth to you." Harry shook her hand. "It's worth exactly as much as your continued existence. Don't forget that." The return to London was quieter than the departure. Thomas clung to Harry's side throughout the journey, his small body trembling with aftershocks of fear. The other rescued children were similarly shaken, grouped together for comfort, their eyes tracking every movement with the hypervigilance of the traumatized. "You came for us," Thomas whispered as they approached the Underground's headquarters. "They said no one would come. That we were disposable. But you came." "You're not disposable," Harry said quietly. "No one in the Underground is disposable. That's not how this works." "How does it work?" Harry thought about the question. About everything he'd built, everyone who depended on him, the weight of responsibility that pressed on his shoulders every day. "It works because we're family," he said finally. "Not by blood, something stronger than that. We chose each other. And family takes care of its own." Thomas nodded slowly, some of the tension draining from his small frame. "I'm glad I stayed. When you asked us to choose, I mean. I'm glad I chose to stay. So am I." The aftermath of the Night Court raid rippled through multiple worlds. In the magical underworld, word spread quickly: the Underground had struck back against one of the most feared mercenary organizations in Europe, and had won. Requests for assistance began arriving from unexpected quarters, other street organizations, magical creatures who existed outside Ministry protection, individuals who had been victimized by forces they couldn't fight alone. In the Compact's organization, the news created panic. Graves had expected the mercenary raid to eliminate Harry's magical capabilities, or at least force him into hiding. Instead, it had demonstrated that the Underground could project power across continents, could hit targets that should have been untouchable. And in the Ministry of Magic, the implications were impossible to ignore. Tonks appeared at one of their designated meeting points 2 days after Harry returned, her pink hair streaked with worried purple. "You attacked a mercenary fortress in Romania," she said without preamble. "You personally destroyed their outer walls, overpowered their magical defenses, and threatened their leadership into a non-aggression pact. They kidnapped my people. I retrieved them." "That's not," Tonks stopped, visibly fighting for calm. "Harry, the Ministry knows. Not everything, but enough. The International Confederation of Wizards has lodged a formal complaint about unauthorized magical activity in Romania. There are meetings happening right now about how to respond." "What kind of response?" "They're talking about sending Aurors. A full squad, to find you and bring you in for questioning." Tonks's voice was tight. "I'm not supposed to be telling you this. But after reading that file you gave me. You think the Compact has agents in the decision chain. I know they do. At least 2 of the people pushing for aggressive action against you are on page 47 of your intelligence file." She looked at him with something like desperation. "Harry, you need to disappear. Go underground, really underground, and wait for this to blow over. If I disappear, they'll target my people. The ones who can't run. If you stay, they'll target you. And once they have you, the rest doesn't matter." Harry considered his options. The logical choice was retreat, as Tonks suggested, consolidate his forces, strengthen his defenses, wait for a better opportunity. That was what a careful strategist would do. But careful strategy hadn't saved Thomas from the Night Court. It hadn't protected his people from a Compact-sponsored kidnapping. And it wouldn't stop the Ministry's compromised elements from continuing to work against him. Sometimes, the only way to win was to stop playing defense entirely. "Set up a meeting," Harry said. "Not with Aurors, with the Minister for Magic directly. Or whoever actually makes decisions in your government." Tonks stared at him. "You want to meet with the Minister?" "I want to present my case to someone who has the authority to make it stick. Your file shows that Minister Fudge isn't compromised by the Compact, he's just incompetent. Incompetence I can work with. You can't just request a meeting with the Minister of Magic. There are protocols, procedures, then we'll skip the protocols." Harry smiled, and it was the expression of someone who had made a decision and wouldn't be moved. Tell Fudge that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, would like to discuss matters of mutual importance. Tell him I have information about threats to magical security that he needs to hear. And tell him that if he refuses, I'll take that information to the Daily Prophet instead. That's blackmail. That's negotiation. There's a difference. Tonks was quiet for a long moment. Then she laughed, the same surprised sound she'd made during their first meeting. You're going to be the death of me, Harry Potter. Or the making of me. I haven't decided which. Maybe both. Harry held out his hand. Partners? She looked at his hand, then at his face, and seemed to come to some internal decision. Partners, she agreed, and shook. The meeting with Minister Fudge took place 1 week later, in a heavily warded conference room at the Ministry of Magic. Harry had prepared extensively, marshalling every piece of intelligence he possessed about compact infiltration, ministry corruption, and the broader threats facing magical Britain. He'd also prepared himself, clothing that fit properly, hair that was as tamed as it would ever be, an attitude of respectful confidence that belied his 9 years. Fudge was exactly as Tonks had described, a pompous man in a pinstriped suit, more concerned with appearances than substance, but not actively malevolent. He looked at Harry with a mixture of skepticism and barely concealed excitement, the boy who lived, in his office, possibly ready to be co-opted for political purposes. Harry didn't give him the chance. Minister, I'm here because we have common enemies, he began, before Fudge could launch into whatever speech he'd prepared. The Compact has been infiltrating your government for decades. They have agents in the DMLE, the Wisengamot, and at least 3 other departments. I have documentation. He placed the expanded intelligence file on the table, pages and pages of evidence, names, dates, payments, communications. Fudge's eyes went wide. This is, how did you? I have sources. What matters is that this information is accurate, and that the threat it represents is real. Harry leaned forward. Cyrus Graves wants to control the intersection between magical and non-magical worlds. He's been working toward that goal for 40 years. If he succeeds, both worlds will suffer. And what do you propose I do about it? Investigate. Quietly, using people you trust, people who aren't compromised. Clean your house before the Compact can consolidate further. Harry met Fudge's eyes steadily. And leave my organization alone. We're not your enemy. We're dealing with the same threat, just from a different angle. Your organization is illegal. You're harboring magical children outside ministry oversight. I'm protecting magical children that the ministry abandoned. Children who slipped through your system, who were failed by the institutions that should have helped them. Harry's voice was flat. Those children are my responsibility now. I won't give them up. Then we're at an impasse. Not necessarily. Harry had prepared for this objection. What if I agreed to ministry oversight of my magical training program? Regular inspections, curriculum review, whatever safeguards you need. In exchange, you grant me official status as a recognized alternative to traditional magical education. Fudge's eyebrows rose. You want to create a school. I want to create an option. For children who don't fit the Hogwarts mold, who need something different. Not a replacement, an alternative. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Think of the political benefits. You'd be the minister who expanded magical education, who reached children previously left behind. It would look very good in the Daily Prophet. He watched Fudge process this, watched the calculation happen behind those pompous eyes. Political advantage versus institutional resistance. Headlines versus procedures. I would need to consult with my advisors, Fudge said slowly. Of course. But I'd recommend being careful about which advisors you consult. Page 47 of that file contains some names you might find relevant. Fudge glanced at the file, then back at Harry. His expression was uncertain but no longer hostile. You're a remarkable young man, Mr. Potter. Not at all what I expected. I get that a lot. Harry stood, extending his hand. Thank you for meeting with me, Minister. I hope we can work together. Fudge shook his hand, still looking slightly dazed. Yes. Yes, I hope so too. Harry left the ministry that afternoon with a provisional agreement. His organization would be tolerated, pending further discussion of formal status. It wasn't a victory, not yet, but it was a foundation. More importantly, it was a message. The underground wasn't hiding anymore. It was negotiating, dealing, operating in the light as well as the shadows. Tonks caught up with him outside, her hair cycling through relieved shades of blue. That was. I don't even know what that was. You just walked in and turned the Minister of Magic around in 30 minutes. He wanted to be turned around. He just needed permission. Harry looked up at the London sky, grey with approaching autumn. The hard part comes next. Now I have to actually deliver on what I promised. Oversight of your training program? That doesn't sound too difficult. The training program is the easy part. The hard part is dealing with Graves. He's not going to accept this development quietly. Harry's expression darkened. He's been working toward his goals for 40 years. He's not going to let a 9-year-old disrupt them without a fight. Then what do? We prepare. We gather allies. We build something strong enough that when the fight comes, we're ready. Harry turned to face her, his green eyes bright with purpose. And we make sure that whatever happens, the people who depend on us stay safe. Tonks studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You know, when my mother suggested I meet with you, I thought she was being overprotective. Trying to steer me away from the ministry, toward something she could control. She smiled, a bit ruefully. I'm starting to think she just recognized something I didn't. What's that? That some people are going to change the world whether you help them or not. The only question is whether you want to be part of the change. She squared her shoulders. I'm in, Harry. Whatever comes next, I'm in. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest, a sensation he was slowly learning to recognize as hope. Then let's get to work. The headquarters was quiet when he returned, the usual bustle subdued by the events of the past weeks. Tommy met him at the entrance, his expression questioning. How did it go? Better than expected. Fudge is considering formal recognition, and his compact compromised advisors have been identified. Things are moving. And Graves? He's still out there. Still dangerous. Harry moved through the corridors, Tommy falling into step beside him. But he's not going to win. Not because I'm smarter or stronger, though I intend to be both, but because he doesn't understand what he's fighting. What is he fighting? Harry paused at the entrance to the commons, looking out over the space he'd built. Children playing in the corners. Adults working at various tasks. Luna in her usual spot, surrounded by spirits only she could see. A community that had risen from nothing, held together by choice and need in something that might be love. He thinks he's fighting me, Harry said quietly. A strange child with unusual powers, building a criminal organization in the shadows. He thinks if he can capture or eliminate me, the whole thing falls apart. And he's wrong. He's wrong. Harry turned to face Tommy, his green eyes bright with conviction. He's not fighting me. He's fighting an idea. A promise that people who've been abandoned don't have to stay abandoned. That power can be used to protect instead of exploit. That family isn't about blood, it's about choice. And ideas can't be killed. No. They can only be spread. Harry smiled, and it was the expression of someone who had finally found his purpose. That's what we're going to do, Tommy. We're going to spread so far and so deep that by the time Graves realizes what he's fighting, it'll already be too late. Tommy was quiet for a moment. Then he grinned, that sharp expression that had been his trademark since the early days. You know what, Harry Potter. When I met you in that alley, I thought you were just a weird kid with a few magic tricks. I had no idea I was meeting the most dangerous person in London. Neither did I. Harry looked out over his kingdom, his family, his purpose. But we learn. We adapt. We become what we need to be. And what do we need to be now? Harry considered the question. The Compact's threat. The Ministry's attention. The Hollow King's whispers in his dreams. All the challenges that lay ahead, all the battles yet to be fought. Now, he said finally, we need to be ready for war. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Blood and Inheritance. The letter arrived on a morning like any other. Harry was reviewing expansion reports in his private chamber, a space he'd carved from the bedrock itself, walls smooth as glass, lit by floating orbs of magical light he'd learned to create during Snape's lessons. The underground had grown to nearly 200 people now, spread across a dozen interconnected sites beneath London. Managing it all required hours of daily attention, and Harry had developed systems, delegated authority, built something that could function without his constant oversight. But some things still required his personal attention. Message from the surface, Tommy said, slipping through the door with an envelope in his hand. Came through one of our postal drops. Hand-delivered, no return address. Harry took the envelope, examining it with the paranoid caution that 2 years on the streets had made instinctive. The paper was heavy, expensive, the kind that wealthy people used for important correspondence. The seal on the back was red wax, imprinted with a symbol he recognized, an elaborately stylized G, Gringotts, he murmured. The Goblin Bank? Tommy's eyebrows rose. What do they want with you? Only one way to find out. Harry broke the seal and extracted the letter. The handwriting was precise, angular, utterly inhuman. Mr. Potter, the Goblin Nation requests your presence at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, at your earliest convenience. Matters pertaining to your family's accounts and holdings require your personal attention. We are aware of your current circumstances and can guarantee safe passage through our facilities. This invitation carries diplomatic weight. No magical authority may interfere with a wizard conducting legitimate business within our walls. Present this letter at any Gringotts location for immediate escort. Ragnarok, Director of Hereditary Accounts. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time. His family's accounts. He'd known, vaguely, that his parents must have had money, wizarding families usually did, but he'd never thought about what that might mean for him. What's it say? Tommy asked. The goblins want to meet with me. Something about inheritances. Harry looked up, his mind already calculating possibilities. This could be important. Or it could be a trap. Want me to come with you? No. Gringotts has rules about non-magical visitors. Besides, if this is genuine, I need to handle it personally. Harry folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. But have Derek put teams on alert. If I'm not back by nightfall, assume the worst. And then what? Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. Then you burn everything connected to whoever took me. Starting with the Daily Prophet building and working outward. Tommy blinked. That's aggressive. That's insurance. I need people to know that touching me has consequences. Even if I'm not around to enforce them personally. Diagon Alley was exactly as bizarre as Luna had described. The hidden magical street ran perpendicular to reality, accessible through a brick wall behind a shabby pub that most Muggles walked past without noticing. Harry had obtained directions from Snape, who'd offered to accompany him but had been firmly declined. This is something I need to do alone, Harry had explained. The goblins are testing me. If I show up with a handler, it tells them I can't stand on my own. And if they're testing you by having you killed, then I'll have learned a valuable lesson about goblin trustworthiness. Very briefly. The alley itself was a riot of color and noise, shops selling everything from cauldrons to owls to items that defied easy categorization. Wizards and witches bustled past, their robes swirling, their conversations full of terminology Harry was still learning to understand. Several stopped to stare at him, a young boy in Muggle clothes walking confidently through their world, but none approached. Gringotts rose at the end of the alley like a declaration of power. White marble columns, bronze doors, and a sense of ancient permanence that made the surrounding shops look temporary by comparison. Harry climbed the steps and presented his letter to the goblin guard. "Harry Potter," the guard said, examining the paper with sharp black eyes. "You are expected. Follow." The interior of the bank was equally impressive, vast marble halls filled with busy goblins and the distant clink of gold. Harry was led through several security checkpoints, each requiring him to pass through wards that scanned his identity and magical signature. The goblins were thorough. Finally, he was ushered into a private office where a particularly ancient goblin sat behind a desk covered in papers and ledgers. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, gesturing to a chair. "I am Ragnarok, Director of Hereditary Accounts. Please, sit." Harry sat, keeping his posture relaxed but alert. The office was designed to intimidate, the chair was slightly too low, the desk slightly too high, the goblin positioned to look down at his visitors. Standard psychological manipulation. Harry had used similar tactics himself. "Thank you for the invitation, Director. Your letter mentioned matters requiring my personal attention." "Indeed." Ragnarok's smile revealed teeth that were slightly too sharp for comfort. "You are aware, I presume, that your parents maintained accounts with our institution?" "I suspected. Their primary vault has been held in trust since their deaths, awaiting your majority or your personal claim." Ragnarok shuffled some papers. "Additionally, you are heir to several other family holdings through your father's line. The Potter family was ancient and wealthy, Mr. Potter. Their accumulated assets are considerable." Harry felt his heart rate increase, though he kept his expression neutral. "How considerable?" Ragnarok named a figure that made Harry's breath catch despite his best efforts at control. The amount was staggering, enough to fund his entire operation for decades, to buy influence and equipment and resources beyond anything he'd imagined. "That is the liquid currency alone," Ragnarok continued, clearly enjoying Harry's reaction. "The family holdings also include properties, magical artifacts, investment portfolios, and hereditary seats on several magical governing bodies. You are, in short, one of the wealthiest individuals in magical Britain." Harry took a moment to process this information. His entire life had been shaped by scarcity, fighting for every meal, every safe place to sleep, every resource his organization needed. The idea that he'd been wealthy all along, that this fortune had been sitting in goblin vaults while he starved in a cupboard under the stairs, he pushed the anger down. "Later. Process it later. Why am I only learning about this now?" Ragnarok's expression flickered. "A fair question. Under normal circumstances, you would have been informed of your inheritance upon entering the magical world properly, typically at age 11, when you received your Hogwarts letter. However." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "We have become aware that certain parties have been managing your affairs without proper authorization." "What parties?" "Albus Dumbledore holds the position of magical guardian for your estate. This was established through a will document that we have since determined to be irregularly filed." Ragnarok's tone made clear exactly what he thought of this irregularity. "He has been drawing funds from your accounts for various purposes, ostensibly in your interest. He has also prevented any direct communication between Gringotts and yourself." Harry felt the cold anger spreading through his chest. Dumbledore. Again. Always Dumbledore, pulling strings, making decisions, treating Harry as a piece to be positioned rather than a person with agency. What purposes were the funds used for? Ragnarok slid a ledger across the desk. "See for yourself." Harry examined the records. Payments to the Dursleys, a monthly stipend, supposedly for his care, that had clearly never been spent on him. Donations to various magical charities in his name. Investments in organizations he'd never heard of. And most interestingly, substantial payments to something called the Order of the Phoenix. What is the Order of the Phoenix? A resistance organization founded by Dumbledore during the First War against the Dark Lord. Ragnar's voice was carefully neutral. It was supposedly disbanded after the war's end. These payments suggest otherwise. Harry closed the ledger, his mind racing. Dumbledore was using his money to fund a secret organization. His money, taken without his knowledge or consent, directed toward purposes Harry knew nothing about. "I want to claim my inheritance," he said quietly. "All of it. And I want Dumbledore's access to my accounts terminated immediately. That can be arranged. However, you should be aware that such an action will alert Dumbledore to your involvement." Ragnar's smile sharpened. "He has ways of monitoring activity on accounts he manages. He will know within hours that you have been here. Let him know." Harry met the goblin's eyes steadily. "I'm tired of hiding from him. If he wants to have a conversation, he knows how to find me." Bold. Ragnar sounded almost approving. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Let us proceed with the formalities." The formalities took 3 hours. Blood verification, a ritual that required Harry to donate several drops of blood to a magical parchment that verified his identity and catalogued his hereditary connections. Estate transfer, a complex process involving multiple documents, oaths, and confirmations that established Harry as the legal head of House Potter with full control over all family assets. And finally, a comprehensive briefing on exactly what those assets included. The Potter fortune was larger than even Ragnar's initial figure had suggested. Harry left the bank with a wallet linked to his accounts, enabling him to withdraw funds in both magical and Muggle currencies, and a portfolio of holdings that would take weeks to fully understand. But it was the other information that occupied his mind as he walked back through Diagon Alley. The blood verification ritual had revealed something unexpected. In addition to his Potter heritage, Harry's blood carried traces of other magical lines, ancient ones, families that had died out centuries ago or had been absorbed into other houses. According to Ragnar, this wasn't unusual for old wizarding families, but the specific combinations in Harry's blood were noteworthy. "Your magical potential is exceptionally high," the goblin had explained. "Higher than any we've recorded in recent centuries. This may explain some of the unusual abilities you've been reported to possess." Harry hadn't asked how Gringotts knew about his abilities. The goblins clearly had their own intelligence networks. More importantly, the ritual had confirmed something Harry had long suspected: he was not the same kind of wizard as Snape or Remus or any of the magical practitioners he'd encountered. His magic operated on a different level, drawing from sources that normal wizards couldn't access. Which might explain why the Hollow King had chosen him to contact. He was halfway back to the Underground's headquarters when he sensed the surveillance. It wasn't magical, he'd learned to detect that. This was something more conventional: watchers positioned at street corners, vehicles moving too slowly, the subtle wrongness of a crowd that contained hostile elements. The Compact. They'd been tracking his movements through Diagon Alley, waiting for him to emerge into the Muggle world where their resources were more effective. Harry didn't change his pace or expression. Instead, he reached out with his awareness, mapping the positions of the Watchers, calculating escape routes, preparing contingencies. There were 12 of them. Professionals, armed, coordinating through hidden communications. They were herding him toward a specific location, an alley between 2 office buildings, out of sight from the main street. Harry walked directly into the ambush. "Good afternoon," he said, as the Watchers emerged from their concealment. "I've been expecting you." The leader was a woman Harry didn't recognize, hard-faced, efficient, with the bearing of someone who had killed before and would kill again without hesitation. She held a weapon that crackled with the same energy the Compact operatives had used during their assault on his headquarters. "Harry Potter. Lord Graves would like to speak with you." Then he should have made an appointment. Harry didn't move, but his power was coiled beneath his skin, ready to strike. I don't appreciate being ambushed. This isn't an ambush. It's an escort. An escort implies consent. I haven't consented. The woman's expression didn't change. Your consent is not required. She raised her weapon. Harry moved. Not with magic, that would come later. Instead, he dropped beneath the weapon's arc, rolled, and came up with a knife he'd taken from one of the captured Night Court operatives. The blade caught the woman across her wrist, forcing her to drop her weapon, and Harry was past her before the others could react. 2 more operatives blocked the alley exit. Harry hit them with telekinesis, throwing them aside like toys, and burst through onto the main street. Pedestrians scattered, shouting in alarm, and Harry used the chaos as cover. Behind him, the remaining operatives gave pursuit. But Harry had been running through London streets for 2 years, and he knew shortcuts they couldn't imagine. He ducked through a department store, out through the loading dock, down an alley that connected to the underground tunnels, and vanished into the darkness before anyone could follow. The Compact's ambush had failed. But the message was clear: Graves was done waiting. Whatever happened next would happen on his timeline, not Harry's. He's escalating, Snape said that evening, examining the knife Harry had used against the Compact operative. This isn't Graves' usual approach. He prefers subtlety, manipulation, long-term planning. Direct confrontation is beneath him. Something's changed. Harry was pacing his chamber, too agitated to sit. The Gringotts' visit, maybe. Or the Ministry negotiations. Something's forced his hand. Or something's about to, Luna said softly from her corner. The spirits are very disturbed today. They keep showing me fires. Buildings burning. People screaming. Harry stopped pacing. When? Soon. Days, maybe hours. Luna's misty eyes were troubled. It feels like the end of something. Or the beginning. We need to accelerate our preparations. Harry turned to Tommy, who had been listening silently. Everything we've been holding in reserve, information, resources, contingencies, it's time to deploy them. If Graves is moving, we need to move faster. What about the Ministry? Tonks said they were close to finalizing the recognition agreement. The Ministry moves at its own pace. We can't wait for them. Harry's mind was racing, fitting pieces together. But we can use them. If Graves attacks us openly, the Ministry will have to respond. They can't ignore a conflict this large. Unless the Compact's agents in the Ministry manage to suppress it, Snape pointed out. Then we make sure they can't suppress it. We make it too visible, too dramatic, too impossible to ignore. Harry smiled grimly. Graves wants a confrontation. Fine. We'll give him one. But it'll be on our terms, in a location we choose, with witnesses who matter. Where? Harry thought for a moment. Diagon Alley. The heart of magical Britain. If Graves wants to claim power over both worlds, he'll have to demonstrate it where everyone can see. We'll force his hand, draw him out, and show the magical world exactly what the Compact really is. That's extremely risky, Tommy said. Yes. But the alternative is waiting for him to attack us at a time and place of his choosing. Harry met Tommy's eyes. I didn't build all this by being cautious. I built it by being willing to take risks that my enemies couldn't predict. Tommy held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right, boss. What do you need me to do? The next 48 hours were a blur of preparation. Harry's people spread through London, activating networks that had been built for exactly this purpose. Information flowed to journalists, to Ministry officials, to anyone who might have reason to question the Compact's activities. Evidence of Graves' illegal operations began appearing in places that couldn't be ignored, on the desks of Wisingamot members, in the briefing packets of Auror commanders, in the hands of influential figures who had previously been ignorant of the threat. Simultaneously, Harry reached out to his allies. Remus Lupin arrived with a pack of werewolves who owed him favors, not for combat, but for observation and communication. Andromeda Tonks provided intelligence from her own networks, including confirmation that several Compact agents in the Ministry had been placed under quiet surveillance. Tonks herself, despite her junior status, managed to ensure that certain Auror teams would be positioned near Diagon Alley when the confrontation happened. And Snape, operating through channels Harry didn't ask about, arranged something that might prove decisive. The Dark Lord's former followers are not a unified force, he explained during their final planning session. Many have integrated back into society, hiding their pasts, pursuing their own interests. But some of them remember Graves, remember how the Compact cooperated with the Death Eaters during the First War, how Graves profited from the chaos while others died. You're saying they might turn against him? I'm saying they have no love for him. If given an opportunity to see him fall without risking themselves, they would take it. Snape's dark eyes gleamed. And some of them are positioned in places that might prove useful. If Graves calls on his magical contacts for support, he may find that support less reliable than he expects. You've been planning this for a while, Harry observed. I've been planning for various contingencies since I first became aware of the Compact's threat to you. Snape's voice was uncharacteristically soft. Your mother would have expected nothing less. The confrontation happened 3 days later. Harry chose his moment carefully, midday on a Saturday, when Diagon Alley was crowded with shoppers and families. He walked through the main entrance of the Leaky Cauldron openly, making no attempt to conceal his identity, letting word spread through the magical community that Harry Potter was in public. It took less than an hour for Graves to respond. The Compact operatives arrived in force, 30 of them, armed with the same magic-dampening technology they'd used before, supported by wizards on Graves' payroll. They moved through the alley in formation, clearing civilians, establishing a perimeter. And then Graves himself appeared. Harry had expected a monster. Instead, he found a man, old, elegant, impeccably dressed, with silver hair and cold blue eyes that held decades of accumulated power. Cyrus Graves walked through the middle of Diagon Alley like he owned it, his confidence so absolute that even the watching crowd fell silent. Mr. Potter, Graves said, stopping 10 feet away. At last we meet properly. I've been following your career with great interest. I know. Your surveillance hasn't been as subtle as you think. Graves smiled slightly. Perhaps not. But then, I wanted you to know I was watching. It's important that you understand the scope of what you're facing. I understand it perfectly. Harry didn't move, but he could feel his power building beneath his skin, responding to the threat. You've been trying to control the intersection between magical and non-magical worlds for 40 years. You've infiltrated governments, corrupted institutions, eliminated anyone who threatened your plans. And now you're here because I represent something you can't control. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Graves' smile widened. Every person can be controlled, Mr. Potter. It's simply a matter of finding the right leverage. Is that what this is? A negotiation? Of a sort. I'm offering you a choice. Graves spread his hands, a gesture of apparent openness. Join me. Your abilities are remarkable, beyond anything I've encountered in decades of searching. Together, we could accomplish things that neither of us could achieve alone. And if I refuse? Then I'm afraid you become an obstacle. Graves' expression didn't change, but something cold entered his voice. I don't enjoy eliminating obstacles, Mr. Potter. It's wasteful, inefficient. But I've been working toward my goals for too long to let a child derail them. However remarkable that child might be. Harry was quiet for a moment, considering his response. Around them, the crowd was watching in fascinated horror, wizards and witches who had come for a day of shopping and found themselves witnessing a confrontation between powers they barely understood. You know what I find interesting? Harry said finally. You've been gathering information about me for almost 2 years. You've studied my operations, my abilities, my psychology. And yet you still don't understand what you're dealing with. Enlighten me. You see a talented child who's built an organization through luck and magic tricks. Someone who can be bought or threatened or broken. Harry's voice was calm, but his power was rising, the air around him beginning to shimmer with barely contained energy. But that's not what I am. I'm not a criminal, or an asset, or a threat to be neutralized. I'm a promise. A promise? A promise that people who've been abandoned don't have to stay abandoned. That power doesn't have to flow from the top down. That the systems you've spent your life building, systems designed to control and exploit, are not the only way the world can work. Harry took a step forward, and the cobblestones beneath his feet cracked from the pressure of his magic. You can't buy a promise, Graves. You can't threaten it or break it. You can only try to destroy the people who carry it. And there are too many of us now for you to destroy. For the first time, something flickered in Graves' expression, not fear, exactly, but recognition. The acknowledgement that he had, perhaps, underestimated what he was facing. You're making a mistake, he said quietly. Maybe. But it's my mistake to make. Harry raised his hand, and the world changed. The magic that erupted from Harry wasn't fire, or force, or any of the conventional abilities he'd been developing. It was something deeper, the same power he'd used against the Night Court, the power that touched the bones of the earth and commanded them to move. But this time, Harry wasn't just reshaping stone. He was reaching into the fabric of reality itself. The wards that protected Diagon Alley from the Muggle world flickered and strengthened, responding to his will. The magic-dampening technology the Compact operatives carried sparked and died, overwhelmed by energies they weren't designed to handle. And in the center of the alley, a column of light erupted from the ground, visible for miles in both worlds, a beacon that couldn't be ignored or explained away. Now, Harry said, his voice resonating with power, everyone watches. Graves' operatives tried to respond. Weapons fired, spells flew, tactical formations engaged. But Harry's people were already moving, the underground operatives who had infiltrated the crowd, the ministry aurors who Tonks had positioned nearby, the werewolves and other magical creatures who owed Remus Lupin their loyalty. The battle was over in minutes. It wasn't a fair fight, Harry had never intended it to be. The Compact's forces were surrounded, outmaneuvered, stripped of their technological advantages. One by one, they surrendered or fled, leaving Graves standing alone in the middle of the alley, his face a mask of cold fury. This isn't over, he said, as aurors moved to surround him. You think you've won, but you've only made me angry. I have resources you can't imagine, allies you haven't identified. This is just the beginning. You're wrong, Harry said, lowering his hand as the column of light faded. This is the end. Not because I've defeated you, I haven't, not completely. But because everyone has seen what you really are. The Ministry knows about your infiltration. The magical world knows about your activities. Your network is exposed, your operations compromised. Whatever you do next, you'll be doing it without the shadows to hide in. And you think the Ministry will stop me? The same Ministry I've been manipulating for decades? No. Harry smiled, and it was the expression of someone who had already seen how the game would end. The Ministry won't stop you. But they'll slow you down. And while you're dealing with them, I'll be building. Growing. Spreading the promise to every corner of both worlds. He stepped closer to Graves, close enough to see the rage burning behind those cold blue eyes. You've spent 40 years trying to control the intersection between worlds. I'm going to spend the next 40 years making sure no one ever controls it again. Not you, not the Ministry, not anyone. Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. That's the difference between us, Graves. You want power over people. I want power for them. Graves stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, something that might have been respect flickered across his face. You're going to be trouble, Harry Potter. I know. Harry turned away as the Aurors moved to take Graves into custody. I'm planning on it. The aftermath of the Diagon Alley confrontation was complicated. Graves was arrested, but as Harry had expected, he wasn't held for long. His lawyers, an army of them, from both worlds, descended on the ministry within hours, arguing jurisdictional issues, challenging evidence, invoking obscure legal protections. Within a week, he was released on what amounted to bail, restricted from certain activities but otherwise free. The Compact, however, had suffered serious damage. The exposure of their infiltration networks triggered investigations across multiple magical governments. Several of Graves' key lieutenants were arrested and their assets seized. The organization would survive, it was too deeply entrenched to be destroyed entirely, but it would take years to rebuild what Harry had dismantled in a single afternoon. More importantly, the confrontation had established something crucial: the underground was no longer a shadowy operation hiding in London's margins. It was a power in its own right, capable of challenging established forces and winning. The ministry's response was predictably ambivalent. On one hand, Harry had helped them expose a threat they hadn't even known existed. On the other hand, he'd done it by starting a magical battle in the middle of Diagon Alley, revealing capabilities that made them deeply nervous. Fudge summoned Harry for a meeting 3 days after the confrontation. The Wisengamot is divided, the minister said, looking exhausted. Some members want to thank you for exposing the Compact. Others want to arrest you for unauthorized magical combat in a public space. And quite a few want to recruit you to work for the ministry directly. What do you want? Fudge sighed. I want this whole situation to go away so I can go back to worrying about normal political problems. But since that's not an option. He pulled out a document. I want to formalize our arrangement. Full recognition of your organization as an independent educational and social services provider. Ministry oversight, but minimal interference. You keep operating, we stop trying to shut you down, and everyone pretends we're cooperating. Harry took the document, scanning it quickly. The terms were reasonable, more generous than he'd expected, actually. There's a catch, he said. It wasn't a question. There's always a catch. Fudge met his eyes with surprising directness. The catch is that you stay invisible. No more public confrontations. No more displays of power that we can't explain to the Muggle government. Whatever you do it quietly. And if quiet isn't possible, then you warn us first, and we coordinate responses. You're part of the magical world now, Mr. Potter, whether you like it or not. That comes with responsibilities. Harry considered this. The offer was constraining, it would limit his freedom of action, force him to work within frameworks he didn't control. But it also provided legitimacy, protection, a foundation for everything he wanted to build. I accept, he said. But I have conditions of my own. Of course you do. I want Dumbledore's guardianship terminated. Permanently. And I want an investigation into his use of my family's assets. Fudge winced. That's politically difficult. Dumbledore is highly respected. Dumbledore placed me with abusers, stole my inheritance, and has been running a secret organization using my money. Harry's voice was flat. I don't care how respected he is. Either the ministry investigates, or I take my evidence to the Daily Prophet and let the public decide. A long silence. I'll see what can be arranged, Fudge said finally. But Harry, be careful with Dumbledore. He's more powerful than you realize, and he genuinely believes he's doing what's right. Men like that are the most dangerous of all. I know. Harry stood, tucking the recognition document into his pocket. That's why I'm not going to underestimate him. The Hogwarts letter arrived 2 months later. Harry had known it was coming, he'd been preparing for it since he first learned about the magical school system. But holding the thick envelope in his hands, seeing his name written in emerald green ink, still felt like a threshold being crossed. Mr. H. Potter, the Deep Commons London Underground Network London, they know where you are, Tommy said, looking over his shoulder. Or they've figured out how to deliver mail anywhere. Magic. Harry opened the envelope and extracted the letter. The standard acceptance text, the list of required supplies, the instructions for reaching platform 9 3/4. And beneath it all, a handwritten note, I would very much like to meet with you before term begins. There is much we need to discuss. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt his jaw tighten. So. The confrontation he'd been anticipating was finally approaching. What are you going to do? Luna asked softly. She was sitting in her usual corner, her misty eyes tracking something only she could see. I'm going to meet him. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Not because I want to, but because I need to understand who I'm dealing with. Dumbledore has been making decisions about my life since before I was born. It's time I found out why. He's dangerous, Harry. The spirits fear him, not because he's evil, but because he's so certain he's good. I know. Harry turned to face his council, Tommy, Luna, Derek, and the others who had gathered as word spread about the letter. But I'm dangerous too. And I've spent 2 years building something that can survive even if I fall. You're not going to fall, Tommy said firmly. Probably not. But if I do, you know what to do. Harry's expression softened slightly. This organization isn't about me. It's about the promise, the idea that people can choose their own paths. That idea doesn't die just because I'm not here to champion it. Don't talk like that, Luna said quietly. The spirits say you have a long road ahead. Difficult, but not short. Good to know. Harry managed a small smile. Then let's make sure I walk it with my eyes open. The meeting with Dumbledore took place at Hogwarts itself. Harry arrived via Portkey, accompanied by Snape, who had insisted on being present, citing his position as a Hogwarts professor. The castle was magnificent, a fairy tale structure of towers and turrets that seemed to have grown organically from the Scottish Highlands. Under other circumstances, Harry might have been impressed. Instead, he was wary. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a moving staircase, behind a gargoyle that required a password. The room inside was cluttered with mysterious instruments, lined with portraits of previous headmasters, and dominated by a massive desk behind which sat the most powerful wizard in Britain. Albus Dumbledore looked exactly like his pictures, tall, thin, with a long white beard and eyes that twinkled with an intelligence that could cut through steel. He wore robes of deep purple, half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, and an expression of grandfatherly warmth that Harry immediately distrusted. Harry, Dumbledore said, rising to greet him. At last. I've been hoping to meet you for some time. I know. You've been looking for me since I left the Dursleys. Harry didn't sit in the offered chair. I decided it was time to stop avoiding the conversation. Indeed. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed slightly. I confess, I'm troubled by some of the choices you've made. Walking away from the protection I arranged, building an organization that operates outside proper oversight, confronting dangerous individuals without support or guidance, you arranged for me to be abused. Harry's voice was flat. The Dursleys beat me, starved me, locked me in a cupboard. Your protection was a prison. I had no idea, you had every idea. You visited annually, according to your own records. You paid them monthly to care for me. Either you knew what was happening and didn't care, or you were willfully blind. Harry met those twinkling eyes without flinching. Which was it? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The twinkle had vanished entirely. I made mistakes, he said finally. Serious mistakes, for which I will always carry regret. But everything I did because I believed it was necessary for the greater good. The greater good. Harry let the contempt show in his voice. That phrase seems to justify a lot of suffering for the people who aren't great enough to matter. That's not fair. Harry took a step forward, and something in his bearing made even Snape tense. You want to talk about fair? I spent 7 years in hell because of your decisions. I nearly died, multiple times, because you decided I needed to be hidden. And now you want me to come to your school, follow your rules, become part of your plan for the greater good. So tell me, Headmaster, what exactly makes you think I owe you anything? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, studying Harry with eyes that had lost all trace of grandfatherly warmth. What remained was something sharper, more calculating, the look of a chess master reassessing the board. You're right, he said finally. You owe me nothing. I owe you a great deal, explanations, apologies, and most importantly, honesty. He sat back in his chair, suddenly looking much older than his years. The truth is, Harry, I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of what you might become. Of what the prophecy said you would have to face. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. There is a dark wizard, Voldemort, though few will say his name, who killed your parents and who I believe will return. The prophecy marks you as the one destined to confront him. Everything I did was an attempt to prepare you for that confrontation. By breaking me first. By keeping you humble. Hidden. Away from the magical world that would have spoiled you, corrupted you, turned you into something that couldn't defeat him when the time came. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I see now how badly I miscalculated. You didn't need to be kept small. You needed to grow, and you did, despite my interference rather than because of it. Harry processed this. The prophecy again, the same one the goblins had mentioned, the same one that seemed to define everyone's expectations of him. But he'd never seen the actual words. What does the prophecy say? Exactly. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded slowly. You deserve to know. He reached into his desk and withdrew a small glass sphere. Inside, ghostly mist swirled around a figure that might have been human. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air, heavy with fate and destiny and everything Harry had spent his life trying to escape. Either must die at the hand of the other, he repeated slowly. That's why you've been preparing me. You're expecting me to fight a war for you. Not for me. For everyone. But you've been positioning me like a weapon. Keeping me isolated, controlled, dependent on your guidance. Harry's voice hardened. That stops now. I'll face Voldemort when he returns, the prophecy seems to make that unavoidable. But I'll do it on my terms, with my allies, using the power I've built for myself. Harry, I'm not asking for permission. Harry turned toward the door. I'll attend your school. I'll learn what you have to teach. But I am not your weapon, Dumbledore. I am not your piece to position. And if you try to control me the way you've controlled everything else, I will burn your plans to the ground. Do we understand each other? A long silence. Then Dumbledore smiled, a genuine expression, tinged with something that might have been respect. We understand each other, Harry. Better, perhaps, than either of us expected. He stood, extending his hand. Welcome to Hogwarts. Harry shook his hand, sealing the uneasy truce. It wasn't trust. It wasn't friendship. But it was a beginning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the Ministry's attention the summer before Hogwarts passed in a blur of preparation. Harry divided his time between the Underground's operations and his own training, pushing himself harder than ever before. Snape's lessons intensified, covering not just practical magic but the theory behind it, the foundations that would allow Harry to understand and adapt the spells he learned at Hogwarts. Luna helped him develop his sight, teaching him to perceive the invisible currents of magic that flowed through the world. And in the quiet hours of the night, Harry practiced the deep magic that still frightened him, learning to touch that vast power without losing himself in it. The dreams of the Hollow King continued. They came more frequently now, more vividly. The entity seemed to sense that something was changing, that Harry was approaching a threshold. Its offers became more specific, its promises more tempting. You could have everything, it whispered. Power beyond imagination. Knowledge that would take lifetimes to accumulate. All you need to do is let me in. Harry refused, again and again. But each refusal cost him something, a night's sleep, a day's concentration, a fragment of peace. The Hollow King was patient. It had been sleeping for centuries. It could wait a little longer. The seals are weakening, Luna reported during one of their strategy sessions. The spirits say we have perhaps 2 years before the king wakes fully. Maybe less, if something accelerates the process. What would accelerate it? Large-scale magical conflict. The kind of power release that happens during wars. Luna's misty eyes were troubled. If Voldemort returns and begins a new war, then the Hollow King becomes a second threat. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility pressing down. One more reason to end this quickly, if it comes to fighting. Can we end it quickly? I don't know. But I'm going to try. The journey to Hogwarts began on platform 9 3/4. Harry arrived early, accompanied by Tommy and Derek, both of whom would return to London immediately after seeing him off. The platform was already crowded with families, children running between groups, owls hooting from their cages, and the massive Scarlet steam engine that would carry students north to Scotland. Still time to change your mind, Tommy said quietly. We could find another way to learn what you need. No. Hogwarts is where the knowledge is, the libraries, the teachers, the accumulated wisdom of centuries. And it's where Dumbledore is. Harry's expression hardened briefly. I need to understand him. Understand his plans. The only way to do that is to be close. Just remember you've got people who need you to come back. I know. Harry clasped Tommy's shoulder. Keep things running while I'm gone. Expand where you can, consolidate where you can't. And if anything changes with Graves or the Compact, I'll send word immediately. We've got the communication mirrors set up. Harry nodded, then turned to board the train. The platform was filling with students now, many of them staring openly at him. The news of the Diagon Alley confrontation had spread through the magical world, and Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He was something more complicated, more dangerous, more interesting. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in to wait. The journey north would take hours. Harry had brought books, notes, plans to review. But before he could open his bag, the compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, slightly prominent front teeth, and an expression of nervous determination that Harry recognized from his own mirror. Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full, and, she stopped, her eyes widening. Wait. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? That's what my mail says. I've read about you. Not just the old stories about you-know-who, but the recent articles. About what happened in Diagon Alley. She slid into the seat across from him, her nervousness apparently overcome by curiosity. Is it true you defeated 30 Compact operatives by yourself? I had help. The number is also exaggerated. Still. That's remarkable. She extended her hand. I'm Hermione Granger. First year, like you. Well, obviously like you, we're both on the train to Hogwarts, so, it's nice to meet you, Hermione. Harry shook her hand, noting the strength in her grip and the intelligence in her eyes. Are you Muggle-born? How did you know? The way you said, you-know-who, instead of avoiding the topic entirely. Pure-blood wizards have been trained to fear the name since childhood. Muggle-borns just think it's an odd expression. Hermione's eyes lit up. That's very observant. I've been trying to learn everything I can about magical society. I've read all our textbooks already, and several supplementary volumes, but there's so much context that isn't written down. There always is. The written rules are only part of how any society works. The unwritten rules are usually more important. They talked for the next hour, and Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the conversation. Hermione was brilliant, her mind moved quickly, made connections easily, and she asked questions that most people wouldn't think to ask. She was also lonely, he could tell. The kind of intelligence she possessed rarely made for easy friendships. When a red-haired boy stuck his head into their compartment, "Is it true Harry Potter is in here?" Hermione was already firmly allied to Harry's side. "This is Ron Weasley," she said, after the boy had been invited to sit. "His family is one of the oldest pure-blood houses, though they're considered blood traders by some of the more conservative families." "Thanks for the introduction," Ron said dryly. "I can talk for myself, you know." "Then talk." Harry studied him with the same assessing gaze he used on everyone. Red hair, worn robes, self-conscious but stubborn. "What brings you to my compartment specifically?" "My brothers told me to find you." "Fred and George, they're third years. They said you'd be interesting." Ron's ears turned slightly pink. "They also said I should warn you about some of the people on the train. The Malfoys have been telling everyone that you're a criminal who should be expelled before you even start." "The Malfoys?" "Old family, lots of money, politically connected. Their son Draco is in our year." Ron's expression soured. "He's a prat." "Noted." Harry filed the information away. Political opposition, already, before he'd even reached the school. Expected, but worth monitoring. The compartment door slid open again, and Harry found himself looking at a boy who could only be the Malfoy in question. Pale, pointed features, white blonde hair slicked back, and an expression of cultivated superiority that probably played well in certain circles. "So it's true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Draco's eyes swept over the compartment, dismissing Ron and Hermione with a glance. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I could be useful to you, Potter, help you navigate the right circles, make the right connections. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others." "Better how?" "Better breeding. Better heritage. Better understanding of how the magical world should work." Draco's smile was thin. "I heard you've been playing at being some kind of street king in Muggle London. Impressive, in its way, but hardly appropriate for someone of your potential." Harry considered his response carefully. Draco Malfoy was clearly a tool, probably of his father, possibly of larger interests. But he was also 11 years old, shaped by circumstances he hadn't chosen. The question was whether he was worth the effort of conversion. "Better breeding," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "You mean like dogs?" Draco's smile froze. "I beg your pardon." "Breeding. It's a term from animal husbandry. You breed horses for speed, dogs for temperament, cattle for meat production." Harry's voice was pleasant, conversational. "I'm curious which traits the Malfoy family has been bred for." "Certainly not intelligence. Any smart person would know better than to insult potential allies before even learning their names." The color drained from Draco's face, then rushed back in a wave of angry red. "How dare you? I dare because I can." Harry didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone made Draco take a step backward. "Here's what you need to understand, Malfoy. I don't care about your family's money or your political connections or your breeding. I care about what people do. If you want to be useful to me, prove it through actions. If you want to be my enemy, that's your choice. But don't waste my time with posturing." Draco stared at him for a long moment, emotions warring across his face. Then, without another word, he turned and stalked away. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "No one talks to Malfoys like that." "Then perhaps it's time someone started." Harry turned back to his companions. "Now, where were we?" Hogwarts was everything Harry had expected and nothing like he'd imagined. The Sorting Hat was a revelation, a magical artifact that could read minds and assess character, placing students into houses based on their deepest traits. Harry had prepared himself for the experience, building mental defenses that Snape had taught him, but the hat slipped past them like they weren't there. "Interesting," a voice said in his mind. "Very interesting. I've never seen a mind quite like yours, Mr. Potter. So much discipline for one so young. So much darkness, but directed, controlled. And beneath it all, such ambition. Just put me where I'll learn the most," Harry thought back. "Where you'll learn the most? That would be Slytherin. But where you'll accomplish the most, that's a different question." The hat seemed to consider. "You have courage, more than most. Loyalty too, to those you've chosen. Intelligence in abundance. But what drives you? What defines you? I want to change things. Systems that hurt people. Powers that exploit the weak. I want to build something better. A noble goal. Gryffindor would suit that impulse, but Gryffindor would also blunt your edge, surround you with people who prefer to charge forward rather than think. Slytherin would sharpen you, but Slytherin would also try to claim you, make you one of them." The hat paused. "You're already something new, Mr. Potter. Let's see where that leads." "Gryffindor," the hat shouted, and Harry walked to the cheering table, aware that his placement had just sent messages throughout the school's political landscape. Hermione joined him minutes later, clearly relieved. Ron followed, grinning. And by the end of the sorting, Harry had a reasonable map of the school's social dynamics: Gryffindor for the brave and reckless, Slytherin for the ambitious and cunning, Ravenclaw for the intellectual, Hufflepuff for the loyal and hardworking. He would need allies in all 4 houses before the year was done. The first weeks of classes established patterns. Harry excelled in everything, but not ostentatiously. He'd learned long ago that visible competence attracted the wrong kind of attention. Instead, he performed well enough to avoid suspicion, poorly enough to avoid jealousy, and watched. The professors were a mixed group. McGonagall, the Gryffindor head of house, was stern but fair. Flitwick, who taught charms, was brilliant and enthusiastic. Sprout, in herbology, was kind. And Snape, teaching potions, played his role perfectly, harsh to Harry in public, secretly proud of his protégé's performance. But the most interesting professor was Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts teacher was, on the surface, a nervous wreck, stuttering, timid, constantly glancing over his shoulder. His turban smelled of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Albania. His lessons were disorganized and unhelpful. And something about him made Harry's skin crawl. "There's something wrong with him," Harry told Hermione and Ron during their second week. They'd formed a study group that met in the library, ostensibly for homework but actually for Harry to assess his new allies. "Something hidden. He's just scared of everything," Ron said dismissively. "My brothers say he used to be normal, but something happened to him on his travels." "Something definitely happened to him." Harry watched Quirrell across the great hall, noting the way the man avoided certain gazes, the way his stutter disappeared when he thought no one was listening. "I just don't know what yet. Should we investigate?" Hermione's eyes were bright with curiosity. "Not yet. Watch, for now. Learn what we can without revealing our interest." Harry returned his attention to his meal. "I've learned that mysteries usually reveal themselves if you're patient enough." The patience paid off sooner than expected. Halloween came with a troll in the dungeons, and Harry found himself in the perfect position to observe Quirrell's response. While other students panicked and professors rushed to contain the threat, Quirrell slipped away, not toward safety, but toward the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned was forbidden. Harry followed. The corridor was protected by a 3-headed dog, which Harry avoided by entering through a window rather than the door. Beyond the dog was a series of challenges, clearly designed to test different magical abilities, but Harry didn't engage with them. Instead, he watched Quirrell navigate the obstacles, noting which ones the professor struggled with and which he passed easily. At the end of the gauntlet was a mirror. Harry arrived in time to see Quirrell standing before it, his expression frustrated, his stutter completely absent. And then the man removed his turban. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was nothing human. Red eyes, serpentine features, a presence that radiated malevolence like heat from a fire. Harry's scar, the lightning bolt mark he'd carried since infancy, erupted in pain, and he understood instantly what he was seeing. Voldemort. Not fully resurrected, but present. Parasitic. Attached to a host like a tumor. Harry retreated before he was detected, his mind racing. The Dark Lord was already at Hogwarts, already working towards some goal that involved the Forbidden Corridor. Whatever was hidden there, Voldemort wanted it. Which meant Harry needed to get there first. The research took weeks. Harry deployed his network, Hermione for library work, Ron for gossip among the older students, the twins Fred and George for practical reconnaissance. He also reached out to Snape, who confirmed his suspicions with obvious alarm. The mirror of Erist guards the Philosopher's Stone, Snape explained during one of their secret meetings. An artifact created by Nicholas Flamel, capable of producing the elixir of life. Dumbledore is protecting it here, supposedly to draw out any servants of the Dark Lord who might seek to use it for resurrection. Dumbledore knows Voldemort is here. He suspects. He's been watching Quirrell for months. Snape's expression was grim. But he hasn't acted. He's waiting for something. He's waiting for me to act. Harry understood immediately. This is a test. Another piece of his plan to prepare me for my destiny. Almost certainly. Harry considered his options. He could play along, confront Quirrell as Dumbledore expected, prove himself through combat. That would reinforce Dumbledore's narrative, make Harry more dependent on the old wizard's guidance. Or he could take control of the situation himself. I need to speak with Quirrell, Harry said. Not Voldemort, Quirrell himself. Before the confrontation happens. Snape stared at him. You want to negotiate with a man possessed by the Dark Lord? I want to understand him. Why he made the choices he did. Whether there's anything left of him worth saving. Harry's expression was hard. And I want Voldemort to know that I'm not the weapon Dumbledore thinks I am. That's extraordinarily dangerous. Everything I do is dangerous. This is calculated danger, which is the only kind worth taking. The meeting happened on a December night, in an empty classroom that Harry had prepared extensively. Quirrell arrived alone, clearly expecting an ambush. What he found instead was Harry sitting calmly at a desk, a cup of tea in front of him, another cup waiting across the table. Professor. Thank you for coming. Quirrell's stutter was absent, his expression wary. How did you know? I've been watching you since September. The stutter that disappears when you think you're unobserved. The way you avoid Dumbledore's gaze. The face beneath your turban. Harry gestured to the empty seat. Please, sit. I'd like to have a conversation before we become enemies. Before we become, Quirrell laughed, a harsh sound. You're already my enemy, Potter. You were destined to be from the moment you survived. Destiny is what people call the future when they want to avoid responsibility for it. Harry sipped his tea. I didn't come here to fight you, Professor. I came here to understand you. Understand me? You were a Ravenclaw. Brilliant student, fascinated by the dark arts. You traveled the world seeking knowledge, found Voldemort in Albania, and chose to become his host. Harry's voice was calm, clinical. I want to know why. Quirrell stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he sat. You want to know why I chose the Dark Lord? I want to know what he offered that was worth losing yourself. Power. The word was simple, absolute. You're young, Potter. You don't understand what it's like to be ordinary. To have brilliance but no opportunity. To see lesser wizards rise while you remain forgotten. Quirrell's expression twisted. The Dark Lord offered me everything the world had denied. Purpose. Strength. A place at his side when he remade everything. And now you're a host body, slowly dying as he drains your life force. Harry's voice was soft. Was it worth it? Quirrell flinched. It was the first genuine emotion Harry had seen from him. No, he whispered. No, it wasn't. But by the time I understood that, it was too late. Let me speak to him, a voice hissed, and Harry felt his scar flare with pain. Remove your protections and let me speak. No. Harry addressed the air, knowing Voldemort could hear. If you want to speak to me, do it through your host. I don't negotiate with parasites directly. Silence. Then, astonishingly, something like laughter. Bold, the voice said. Very bold, for a child. I can see why Dumbledore values you. Dumbledore doesn't value me. He uses me. There's a difference. Is there? I use Quirrell. He uses you. We're all tools in someone's game, Potter. The only question is whose hand holds the handle. Then let me suggest a different game. Harry leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Quirrell's. You want the Philosopher's Stone. I can get it for you. Quirrell and Voldemort both went still. In exchange, Harry continued, you leave Hogwarts. Tonight. Take the stone and go. Whatever resurrection ritual you're planning, do it somewhere else, far from here. Why would you help me? Quirrell's voice was suspicious. Because having you die at Hogwarts creates problems I don't need. Because the confrontation Dumbledore is engineering will position me as his weapon, and I refuse that role. And because. Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. Because I believe in giving people choices. Even people who've made terrible ones. You would give me the means to restore my full power, Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth. In exchange for leaving peacefully. What guarantee do I have that this isn't a trap? None. Just as I have no guarantee that you'll honor the bargain once you're whole again. Harry's smile was thin. But consider this, if I wanted you destroyed, I could simply tell Dumbledore what I know. He would handle you within the hour. Instead, I'm offering you a way out that doesn't require my death or your permanent destruction. That has to count for something. Another long silence. You're playing a deeper game than I expected, Harry Potter. Very well. Bring me the stone, and I will leave this place. Our confrontation can wait for another day. Agreed. Harry stood. I'll have it before dawn. The Mirror of Erist was exactly where Harry expected to find it. The challenges leading to it were child's play, puzzles designed to test specific skills, not serious obstacles. Harry navigated them in minutes, arriving at the chamber where the mirror stood, waiting. He'd researched the artifact extensively. The Mirror of Erist showed the viewer their deepest desire, and Dumbledore had somehow enchanted it to give up the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. A clever trap for someone seeking immortality. Harry stood before the mirror and looked at his reflection. He saw himself, older, surrounded by people he loved. Luna was there, and Tommy, and others he recognized from the underground. They stood in a world that was different, better, free from the powers that had shaped Harry's painful childhood. The stone was in his reflection's pocket, a small red lump that his other self drew out and tossed to him with a wink. Harry felt the weight appear in his real pocket. Clever, he murmured. The only way to get it is to want to protect it. He turned to leave, and found Dumbledore standing in the doorway. Harry. The old wizard's expression was unreadable. I thought I might find you here. Did you know Quirrell was possessed? I suspected. I've been waiting for confirmation. And you were going to let things play out naturally. Let the confrontation happen, let me defeat Quirrell and Voldemort through some combination of luck and hidden power, and then use that victory to bind me closer to your plans. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You're very perceptive. I've had to be. Harry drew the stone from his pocket, holding it up so the firelight caught its facets. I'm giving this to Voldemort. Whatever Dumbledore had expected, it wasn't that. His composure cracked for just an instant, revealing something like shock beneath. Harry, you can't, I can. And I will. Harry's voice was calm. Voldemort will return eventually, with or without the stone. All the stone does is accelerate the timeline. And in exchange for it, he's agreed to leave Hogwarts tonight, without violence, without endangering the students. You've negotiated with him. I've made a deal. The same way you make deals, Dumbledore. The same way everyone with power makes deals. Harry met those ancient eyes without flinching. The difference is, I don't pretend my deals are for the greater good. I know exactly what I'm doing and what it costs. The cost may be higher than you realize. If Voldemort returns to full power, then I'll deal with him. On my terms, in my time, with the allies I've chosen. Harry pocketed the stone again. Stay out of my way, Dumbledore. I'm not your weapon, and I'm not your student. I'm something else entirely. He walked past the old wizard, half expecting to be stopped. But Dumbledore let him pass. The exchange happened at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell was waiting, his face pale with exhaustion, Voldemort's presence a constant drain on his failing body. Harry approached without fear, the stone cool in his pocket. You came. Quirrell sounded surprised. I said I would. Harry drew out the stone and held it up. Before I give you this, I want something understood. Name it. When you return, and you will return, I won't be the frightened child your prophecy describes. I'll be ready for you. Not because Dumbledore prepared me, but because I prepared myself. Harry's eyes gleamed in the darkness. You can try to kill me, if you like. Others have. None have succeeded. Bold words, Voldemort hissed. But words are wind. When I have my body back, we'll see how bold you remain. Looking forward to it. Harry tossed the stone. Quirrell caught it, his fingers closing around it with desperate hunger. One more thing. Harry's voice stopped them both. Quirrell. When he's done using you, when you've served your purpose and he doesn't need you anymore, remember this conversation. Remember that I offered you a choice, even when no one else would. Quirrell stared at him. Something flickered in his eyes, recognition, perhaps, or regret. Then he turned and disappeared into the forest, taking the stone and its parasitic master with him. Harry watched them go, already calculating next moves. The game had changed, but the game was far from over. The rest of the year was anticlimactic. Dumbledore said nothing about Harry's actions, though his gaze followed Harry through meals and corridors with new intensity. Snape was furious but also, Harry suspected, secretly impressed. And the wider wizarding world remained ignorant of what had transpired. Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts remained a secret, the stone's disappearance was attributed to security measures, and Harry Potter remained simply an unusually talented first-year student. Harry used the remaining months to build. His network within Hogwarts expanded quietly. Hermione became his closest ally, her brilliance complementing his strategic thinking. Ron provided connections to the wider Gryffindor community and, through his family, to the Order of the Phoenix, the organization Dumbledore had founded, still operating in the shadows. Neville Longbottom, initially overlooked, proved to have depths that rewarded patience. And in other houses, Harry cultivated relationships that would pay dividends in years to come. He also continued his communication with the underground. The organization had grown in his absence, guided by Tommy and Luna and the systems Harry had established. New safe houses had opened. New children had been rescued. And the ministry's recognition agreement had been finalized, granting Harry's educational program official status. You've been busy, Tonks commented during one of her visits to Hogsmeade, the nearby village where older students were allowed on weekends. Half the Auror office thinks you're planning a revolution. Only half. The other half thinks you already started one. Tonks grinned, but her eyes were serious. There's talk of bringing you in for questioning. Some of the senior Aurors don't like how much power you've accumulated. Let them talk. As long as they don't act, talking is harmless. And if they do act, then we'll have a conversation about the consequences of threatening my people. Harry's expression was mild, but Tonks had learned to read what lay beneath. I don't start fights, Tonks. But I finish them. The summer between first and second year was the calm before the storm. Harry returned to the underground and immediately began implementing the next phase of his plans. The magical training program expanded to include children who weren't on the streets, families who had been failed by ministry educational policies, students who needed alternatives to Hogwarts. The network of allies grew to include magical creatures, werewolves, house elves, goblins who operated outside Gringotts' official structure. And Harry continued to prepare for Voldemort's return. The stone would allow the Dark Lord to create a new body, but the process wasn't instantaneous. Harry's intelligence suggested it would take at least a year, possibly longer, before Voldemort could act openly. That gave Harry time to strengthen his position, to build forces that could resist whatever came next. The Hollow King's dreams also intensified. The Dark One stirs, it whispered. His return will shake the world. Join with me, and we can destroy him together. I don't need your help, Harry whispered back into the darkness. And I won't pay your price. You will. Eventually. When all else fails, when your allies fall, when the Dark One stands victorious, you will come to me. And I will be waiting. Harry woke from those dreams with the taste of ash in his mouth and the feeling that time was running out. Second year began with blood on the walls. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The message appeared on Halloween, painted in what Harry's trained eye immediately recognized as chicken blood, theatrical, not actually sinister. But the petrifications that followed were real enough, students frozen in stone, their eyes wide with terror, victims of something that moved through the castle unseen. The school descended into panic. Students were escorted between classes. Curfews were enforced. And whispers spread that the heir of Slytherin, supposedly a descendant of one of Hogwarts' founders, had returned to purge the school of Muggleborns. Harry watched and waited and gathered information. The attacks followed a pattern, always near water, always targeting students who might have seen something they shouldn't. The victims weren't dead, just petrified, which suggested a creature that didn't want to kill, or a controller who didn't want the attention that deaths would bring. It's a basilisk, Hermione announced one February evening, her face pale with excitement and fear. A giant serpent that kills with its gaze. If you see it indirectly, through a reflection, a ghost, a camera lens, you're petrified instead. How do you know? I've been researching. The pipes, it's moving through the pipes. That's why the attacks are near water. She thrust a book at him. And look, Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He could speak to snakes. He supposedly built a secret chamber and left a monster to purge the school of those he considered unworthy. And someone's controlling it now. Someone who can also speak to snakes. Hermione's eyes met his. Harry, can you? Harry hadn't told anyone about this ability. He'd discovered it years ago, during his time on the streets, but had kept it secret, partly because it was useful, partly because Snape had warned him that Parselmouths were considered dark wizards by mainstream magical society. Yes, he admitted. I can. Hermione didn't flinch. Then you might be able to find the chamber. Stop whoever's doing this. Or be blamed for it myself. You're already being blamed. Haven't you heard the rumors? Hermione's expression was grim. People are saying you're the heir of Slytherin. That you opened the chamber last time, when you were a baby, and now you're finishing what you started. Harry felt a familiar anger stirring, the frustration of being misunderstood, judged for things he hadn't done. But he pushed it down, focusing on the problem rather than the emotions. Then I'd better solve this quickly, before the rumors become more than rumors. Finding the chamber took 2 weeks. Harry used every resource at his disposal, his own research, Hermione's brilliant analysis, information from ghosts and portraits and the castle itself. The entrance was in a girl's bathroom, of all places, a sink that bore a tiny snake carving, invisible unless you knew to look. Harry spoke the word in Parseltongue, and the sink slid aside to reveal a tunnel descending into darkness. He went alone. Not because he wanted to, having allies would have been wiser, but because the publicity of a group assault would destroy any chance of handling this quietly. Whatever was in the chamber, Harry needed to confront it without the Ministry, Dumbledore, or anyone else using the situation to advance their own agendas. The tunnel led to a vast underground chamber, lit by greenish light from sources Harry couldn't identify. Stone serpents lined the walls, their carved eyes seeming to follow his movement. And at the far end, on a raised dais, stood a figure Harry recognized. Tom Riddle. Or rather, a memory of Tom Riddle, young, handsome, radiating charismatic menace. The figure from the diary that Ginny Weasley had been writing in all year, unknowingly pouring her life force into a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry Potter. Riddle's smile was cold and welcoming at once. I've been hoping to meet you. We've already met. Though you were wearing a different face at the time. Riddle's smile flickered. You know what I am. A Horcrux. A piece of soul, preserved in an object, capable of possessing anyone foolish enough to bond with it. Harry didn't move, but his power was coiled and ready. Voldemort's insurance policy against death. Clever boy. Cleverer than I expected. Riddle began to pace, circling Harry like a shark. The diary was supposed to be a weapon, a way to open the chamber, unleash the basilisk, create enough chaos to draw attention away from my other projects. But you've complicated things. I tend to do that. Indeed. Riddle stopped, his expression thoughtful. You interest me, Harry Potter. The prophecy marked you as my enemy, but you don't feel like an enemy. You feel like something else. I'm not anyone's destiny. I make my own choices. Do you? Riddle's smile sharpened. Then let me offer you a choice. Join me. Not as a servant, as a partner. Together, we could reshape the wizarding world. Destroy the corrupt institutions, overthrow the complacent rulers, build something new from the ashes. And the Muggleborns? The people you consider unworthy? Necessary sacrifices. Every revolution requires them. Harry shook his head slowly. You don't understand, do you? The difference between us isn't power or ambition or intelligence. It's that you see people as tools to be used and discarded. I see them as the whole point. Sentiment. Riddle's voice dripped with contempt. The weakness that will destroy you. Maybe. But it's also the strength that will stop you. Harry moved. The battle with the basilisk was the most dangerous fight of Harry's life. The serpent was enormous, 60 feet of armored scales and venomous fangs, guided by the intelligence of the memory that controlled it. Harry couldn't meet its gaze, couldn't use many of his usual tactics, couldn't rely on brute force against something so much larger than himself. But he could speak its language. Stop, he commanded, his voice resonating with the deep magic he'd been learning to control. I am not your enemy. The basilisk hesitated, confused by the Parseltongue command. Riddle's control wavered for just an instant. Harry used that instant. He reached not for fire or force but for the fundamental layer of reality, the substrate of existence that had allowed him to reshape London's tunnels. The chamber was deep underground, surrounded by ancient stone, saturated with magical energy. Harry touched all of it at once. The chamber shook. The carved serpents on the walls began to move, animated by Harry's will, turning toward the basilisk with stone fangs bared. The very foundations of the school seemed to groan as Harry poured his power into the confrontation. "Kill him!" Riddle screamed, and the basilisk lunged. But Harry was no longer standing where the serpent expected. He'd melted into the stone itself, moved through it, emerged behind the basilisk where its thrashing tail couldn't reach. The diary, the source of Riddle's power, lay where Ginny Weasley had dropped it, still radiating dark magic. Harry grabbed the diary and, without hesitation, drove a basilisk fang through its center. Riddle screamed, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, tearing at Harry's mind. The basilisk collapsed, its connection to its controller severed. And in the diary, something dark and terrible was dying. "This isn't over," Riddle gasped, his form flickering, fading. "There are others. More pieces. You can't destroy them all, watch me," Harry said. And then Riddle was gone. The aftermath was complicated. Ginny Weasley was saved, though traumatized by her ordeal. The basilisk was dead, its venom and other valuable materials carefully harvested by Harry before anyone else arrived. And the diary was destroyed, one piece of Voldemort's soul eliminated from the world. But Dumbledore knew what Harry had done. "Horcruxes," the headmaster said, when they met in his office after the crisis was resolved. "You know about Horcruxes." "I know about a lot of things." "And you destroyed one. Without my guidance, without my help. You weren't there." Harry's voice was flat. "You never are, when it matters. You set up situations and wait for them to play out, trusting that your plans will survive contact with reality. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. That's not fair. I don't care about fair. I care about results." Harry met Dumbledore's ancient eyes without flinching. "There are more Horcruxes, aren't there? More pieces of Voldemort's soul hidden around the world." Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded. "I believe so. I've been searching for them for years." "Then stop searching alone. Share what you know. Let me help. You're too young, I'm exactly old enough. I've been fighting for my life since I was 7 years old. I've built an organization that spans both worlds. I've faced Voldemort twice now and survived both times." Harry leaned forward. "Stop treating me like a piece to be positioned and start treating me like an ally. Or don't, and I'll find the Horcruxes myself, without you." A long silence stretched between them. Then Dumbledore smiled, a genuine expression, tinged with something that might have been relief. "Very well, Harry. Let's work together." It wasn't trust. Not yet. But it was a beginning. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Hollow Crown. The summer before Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts was the last quiet summer he would ever know. He spent it building, as he always did. The underground had grown beyond anything he'd imagined during those desperate first months on London streets, a network spanning not just Britain but reaching into Europe, connecting communities of outcasts and forgotten people who had found strength in Harry's vision. The magical training program now served over 200 students, operating from a dozen locations that the ministry pretended not to see. And the hunt for Horcruxes had begun in earnest. Dumbledore shared his research reluctantly, doling out information in pieces as if still unsure whether Harry could be trusted with the full picture. But Harry had other sources: Snape's connections to the old Death Eater networks, Andromeda's knowledge of pure-blood family secrets, the Goblins' ancient records of dark artifacts that had passed through their vaults. By August, they had identified 4 potential Horcruxes: a locket that had belonged to Salazar Slytherin, a cup from Helga Hufflepuff, a diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, and something connected to Voldemort's snake, Nagini. The diary Harry had destroyed made 5. And there might be more. He wanted 7, Dumbledore explained during one of their strategy sessions. 7 is the most magically powerful number. If he succeeded, his soul is divided into 7 pieces. Which means there's at least one more we haven't found. Almost certainly. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. And there's something else. Something I've suspected for years but have been reluctant to confirm. Tell me. The night Voldemort attacked your parents, when the killing curse rebounded, I believe a piece of his soul attached itself to you. To your scar. Harry felt the words land like physical blows. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. The thing that had made his scar burn, that had given him visions of the Dark Lord's thoughts, that had marked him as connected to his enemy in ways he'd never fully understood. You've known this for years. I suspected. I wasn't certain. And you didn't tell me. I was trying to protect you, you were trying to control me. Harry's voice was cold. You knew I might have to die to destroy this Horcrux. That's why you've been so careful about my survival, so focused on preparing me for a confrontation you expected to be fatal. Dumbledore didn't deny it. His silence was confirmation enough. How do we remove it? Harry demanded. Without killing me. I don't know if that's possible. Then we find a way. Harry stood, his power crackling around him in visible waves of agitation. I didn't survive everything I've survived just to die as a footnote in Voldemort's destruction. If there's a piece of his soul in my head, I'll cut it out myself if I have to. Harry, find a way, Dumbledore. Use all that legendary wisdom and power you're famous for. Because I am not going to be anyone's sacrifice. He left before the old wizard could respond. The answer came from an unexpected source. Luna found him that evening, sitting on the roof of the Underground's main headquarters, staring out over the London skyline. She moved silently, settling beside him without speaking, her presence a comfort he hadn't realized he needed. The spirits told me, she said finally. About the piece of him inside you. Of course they did. They also told me something else. Luna turned to face him, her misty eyes unusually clear. The Hollow King knows how to remove it. Harry went very still. The Hollow King. It's been watching you for years. Waiting. It knows things about soul magic that wizards have forgotten, or were never taught. Luna's voice was soft. It can take the dark piece out of you. But it wants something in return. It always wants something in return. Harry stared out at the city lights, his mind racing through possibilities. The Hollow King had been haunting his dreams since he was 7 years old. It had offered him power, knowledge, freedom from all constraints. And he had refused, again and again, because he understood that its gifts came with prices he couldn't afford to pay. But this was different. What does it want? I don't know exactly. The spirits won't say, they're too afraid. Luna reached out and took his hand, her thin fingers surprisingly warm. But Harry. I've seen something. Not clearly, but enough. Whatever happens when you face the king, it's not the end. It's a transformation. You go in as one thing and come out as another. Good transformation or bad transformation? I don't know. The spirits can't see that far. Luna squeezed his hand. But I know you. Whatever you become, you'll still be you. The part that matters, the part that chooses to protect people instead of using them, that won't change. Harry considered this. He'd spent years building walls around himself, developing power, learning to fight and manipulate and survive. But beneath all of that was something simpler, a boy who'd decided, in a cupboard under the stairs, that he would never let anyone suffer the way he had suffered. That part of him wasn't going anywhere. How do I contact the king? You don't contact it. You go to it. Luna's expression was troubled. The place where it sleeps is beneath London. Deep beneath, below the underground tunnels, below the ancient foundations, in a place that existed before humans built anything above it. You know where. The spirits showed me. I can take you there. She met his eyes steadily. But Harry, once you go down, you might not come back up the same way. I know. Harry stood, pulling Luna up with him. Let's go. The descent took hours. Luna led him through tunnels he'd never explored, past wards he'd never noticed, into depths that shouldn't have existed beneath a modern city. The air grew colder as they went deeper, thick with a presence that made Harry's skin crawl. The spirits Luna spoke to grew more agitated the further they descended. Harry couldn't see them, but he could feel their fear, a palpable thing that pressed against his awareness like physical weight. "We're close," Luna whispered. "The king's chamber is just ahead." They emerged into a space that defied description. The cavern was vast, so vast that the walls disappeared into darkness, so high that the ceiling was invisible. The floor was carved with symbols that glowed with sickly green-gold light, the same light Harry had seen in his nightmares. And in the center of it all, on a throne of shadow and bone, sat the Hollow King. It wasn't human. Harry had known that, intellectually, but seeing it was different. The king was a mass of darkness given form, roughly humanoid but wrong in every detail, limbs too long, angles too sharp, a face that shifted constantly between expressions that no human face could make. And atop its head, burning with cold fire, sat a crown that seemed to drink the light from the air around it. Harry Potter. The voice resonated in his bones, just as it had in his dreams. "At last you come to me. Not in sleep, but in truth. You know why I'm here. I know everything about you, child. Every fear, every hope, every moment of pain and triumph." The king's form shifted, becoming almost friendly. "I have watched you grow from a broken boy into something remarkable. And now you come seeking my help. There's a piece of dark magic in my soul. A fragment of another wizard's consciousness. I want it removed. And I can remove it. Easily. The soul is my domain, I ruled over it before your kind learned to walk upright." The king leaned forward, its approximation of a face splitting in what might have been a smile. "But nothing is free, Harry Potter. Not even for you. What do you want?" "I want what I have always wanted. Freedom. Release from the prison your ancestors built for me." The king gestured at the surrounding chamber. "These seals have held me for millennia. I have been patient, but patience has its limits. If I release you, what happens? I rise. I reclaim what was taken from me. I reshape this world according to my nature." The king's voice was almost gentle. "You fear that I would destroy. But destruction is only one face of transformation. I would change things, yes, break the old orders, shatter the careful hierarchies your societies have built. But what emerged from the chaos might be better than what exists now." Harry considered this. The king wasn't lying, he could feel the truth in its words, twisted though that truth might be. It genuinely believed that its release would improve the world. But Harry had learned long ago not to trust beings who believed their own propaganda. "I won't release you," he said quietly. "Not entirely. But perhaps we can negotiate something else." "Oh." The king's interest sharpened. "What do you propose?" "You remove the dark fragment from my soul. In exchange, I weaken one of the seals, not enough to free you, but enough to give you breathing room. A connection to the surface world that you can use to influence events without directly acting. A small offering. Why would I accept it? Because you're patient." Harry met the king's shifting gaze without flinching. "You've waited millennia. You can wait a little longer. And in that time, you can work through me, not controlling me, but advising, suggesting. When I finally face Voldemort, when I reshape the wizarding world, you'll be part of that reshaping. Indirectly, but genuinely." The king was silent for a long moment. Its form rippled with what might have been consideration. "You would become my vessel," it said finally. "Not possessed, but connected. My whispers in your ear, my visions in your dreams. Over time, my influence would grow. You would become more like me than like them. Maybe. Or maybe I'd become something new entirely." Harry smiled thinly. "That's the risk you'd have to take." Another long silence. Then the king laughed, a sound like stones grinding together, like ice cracking, like the ending of worlds. I accept, it said. Come closer, Harry Potter. Let me work. The removal of Voldemort's soul fragment was the most painful experience of Harry's life. The king reached into him, not physically, but essentially, touching the core of what he was. Harry felt himself being examined, sorted, his memories and emotions and beliefs laid bare before an intelligence that saw through every defense he'd ever built. And then the king found it. The dark thing that had been hiding in his scar since infancy. Ah, it said, with something like satisfaction. A clever bit of work, for a mortal. But crude. Let me show you what true soul magic looks like. The extraction was surgical, precise, and agonizing. Harry screamed as the fragment was torn free, his scar burning with a fire that seemed to consume his entire being. He felt Voldemort's presence, the cold malevolence, the hunger for power, the absolute certainty that had driven a brilliant young wizard to become a monster, and then he felt it leave, pulled out of him by a force that even the Dark Lord couldn't resist. Done, the king said, and Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Is it gone? Completely. You are yourself now, Harry Potter. Wholly and truly yourself. The king's tone was almost affectionate. And now, you are also connected to me. The seal I specified will weaken on its own, I can feel the binding loosening already. Our bargain is complete. Harry forced himself to his feet, his body trembling with aftershocks. He felt different. Lighter, somehow. The constant low-level awareness of something wrong, something other, that had been with him since he could remember, that was gone. The connection, he said. What does it mean, practically? You will hear me, sometimes. In moments of crisis, in dreams, in the quiet spaces between thoughts. I will not control you, that was not our bargain, but I will offer counsel. Whether you take it is your choice. The king's form shifted again, becoming almost benevolent. Consider me a very old friend, Harry Potter. One who wants to see you succeed. Because my success serves your interests. Of course. What other kind of friendship is there? Harry emerged from the depths changed. Luna was waiting at the tunnel entrance, her misty eyes widening as she saw him. Harry, you're different. I know. He could feel it, the new presence in the back of his mind, the whispered awareness of something vast and ancient that now took an interest in his fate. Is it visible? Not to most people. But to those who see. Luna reached out and touched his face, her fingers tracing the lightning bolt scar that was no longer a prison. You're more yourself now than you've ever been. The dark piece is gone. Yes. And the king? We have an arrangement. Harry met her eyes steadily. It's not possession. It's not control. But it is connection. I'll have to be careful. You're always careful. Luna smiled, sad and proud at once. And now you're also free. Free. Harry turned the word over in his mind. He'd been fighting for freedom since he was 7 years old, freedom from the Dursleys, freedom from the streets, freedom from everyone who wanted to use him for their own purposes. And now, finally, he was free of the one thing he couldn't have fought, the piece of Voldemort that had been part of him since infancy. Whatever came next, he would face it as himself. Wholly and truly himself. The news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban reached Harry on the 1st of September, as he boarded the Hogwarts Express for his 3rd year. The magical world was in panic. Sirius Black, supposed mass murderer, believed Death Eater, godfather to Harry Potter, had somehow escaped from the wizarding prison that was considered inescapable. The Ministry was in chaos, Dementors were being deployed to search for the fugitive, and everyone assumed that Black was coming to kill Harry to complete his master's failed work. Harry knew it was more complicated than that. His research over the summer had uncovered inconsistencies in Sirius Black's case, a trial that never happened, evidence that was never properly examined, connections to Harry's parents that didn't fit the official narrative. The goblins had provided financial records showing that Sirius had designated Harry as his heir in a will that predated Voldemort's fall. And Snape, when pressed, had admitted that there were aspects of the case that had never made sense to him. Black was your father's best friend, Snape had said, his voice carefully neutral. They were inseparable at school. The idea that he would betray the Potters to the Dark Lord. I never believed it, even when everyone else did. Then who did betray them? I don't know. But if Black escaped specifically to come after you, perhaps he intends to explain. Harry filed this information away and continued with his preparations. If Sirius Black was innocent, and the evidence suggested he might be, then his escape was an opportunity rather than a threat. Another potential ally, another piece of the puzzle, another step toward the truth about his parents' deaths. The Dementors complicated things. Harry's first encounter with the creatures happened on the train itself. The dark beings swept through the carriages, searching for Black, and their presence triggered something in Harry that he hadn't expected. Not fear, exactly, he'd faced worse than fear in his short life, but a cold, draining despair that seemed to reach into his very soul. They feed on happiness, the Hollow King whispered in the back of his mind. They are lesser spirits, bound to your world's prison. But they recognize power when they sense it. They will be interested in you now. Harry pushed back against the despair, drawing on the connection that the king had established. The cold receded, replaced by something else, a warmth that seemed to come from deep within him, from the part that the king had touched during their bargain. The Dementor that had entered his compartment recoiled, its hooded face turning toward him with what might have been confusion. Then it fled, as if something had frightened it away. What was that? Ron demanded, his voice shaky. What did you do? I'm not entirely sure. Harry stared at his hands, feeling the residual warmth fading. But I don't think the Dementors will be a problem for me. Third year at Hogwarts was defined by secrets and revelations. The search for Sirius Black consumed the Ministry's attention, providing cover for Harry's other activities. He continued his Horcrux research, working with Dumbledore to narrow down the locations of the remaining soul fragments. He expanded his network within the school, recruiting allies from every house. And he waited for Black to make contact. The contact came on a winter night, through an unexpected messenger. Harry was returning from the library when a rat crossed his path, an ordinary rat, except for the way it paused and looked at him with two intelligent eyes. Harry recognized it immediately, he'd seen this rat before, in Ron's possession. Scabbers, he said quietly. Or should I call you Peter Pettigrew? The rat froze. Then, with a shimmer of magic, it transformed into a man, small, balding, watery-eyed, with an expression of desperate cunning. You know, Pettigrew whispered. How do you know? I pay attention. Harry's hand moved toward his wand, but he didn't draw it. You're the one who betrayed my parents. Not Sirius Black. I had no choice. The Dark Lord would have killed me, everyone has choices. You made yours. Harry's voice was flat, merciless. The question is what you're going to do now. Please. Pettigrew fell to his knees, his hands clasped in supplication. I'll do anything. I'll testify, I'll confess, you'll do exactly that. Harry stepped closer, letting some of his power show in his eyes. You're going to turn yourself into the Ministry. You're going to tell them everything, the truth about my parents, the truth about Sirius Black, the truth about your years hiding as a rat. And in exchange, I'll make sure you're not executed immediately. How can you guarantee that? Because I have influence. Not as much as I'd like, but enough to ensure you survive long enough to be useful. Harry smiled coldly. This is your one chance, Pettigrew. Take it, or I let Sirius Black find you. And I promise he won't be as merciful as I am. Pettigrew's watery eyes darted left and right, searching for escape routes that didn't exist. Then, slowly, his shoulders slumped. All right, he whispered. I'll do it. The trial of Peter Pettigrew was the scandal of the decade. The ministry tried to suppress it, Fudge was terrified of the political implications, but Harry's network ensured that the story reached every major news outlet in the magical world. The truth about the Potter's betrayal, about Sirius Black's innocence, about the failure of the justice system to even grant a trial to the accused, all of it came out, in excruciating detail. Sirius Black was exonerated within the month. He appeared at Hogwarts the day after his official pardon, gaunt and wild-eyed but somehow still retaining the aristocratic bearing that decades in Azkaban hadn't quite destroyed. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. God, you look just like James. Except the eyes, those are lilies. So everyone tells me. Harry studied his godfather with the same assessing gaze he turned on everyone. You're innocent. I made sure of that. You. Sirius laughed, a broken sound. You're 11 years old, I'm 13. And I've been managing more complex situations since I was 7. Harry's expression softened slightly. You're my godfather. That makes you family. And family takes care of its own. Sirius stared at him for a long moment, tears tracking down his hollow cheeks. James would be so proud of you, he whispered. Lily too. You're something else entirely, aren't you? I'm what I had to become. Harry stepped forward and, hesitantly, embraced the man who should have raised him. Welcome back, Sirius. We have a lot of work to do. The third Horcrux was destroyed that spring. Dumbledore had located the locket of Slytherin in a cave by the sea, protected by dark enchantments that would have killed most wizards. But Harry wasn't most wizards, and the Hollow King's influence gave him advantages that even Dumbledore's power couldn't match. They retrieved the locket together, and Harry destroyed it with basilisk venom he preserved from his second-year confrontation. The soul fragment screamed as it died, just as Riddle had screamed, just as the piece in Harry's scar had screamed when the king extracted it. 3 down. 4 to go. We're making progress, Dumbledore said, as they emerged from the cave. But I'm concerned about the pace. Voldemort is rebuilding his forces. He's been contacting old allies, recruiting new followers. The stone gave him the power to create a new body, and he's using it to prepare for war. How long until he moves openly? A year, perhaps. Maybe less. Dumbledore's ancient eyes were troubled. We need to find the remaining Horcruxes before that happens. And we need to prepare for the confrontation that's coming. I've been preparing since I was 7 years old. Harry looked out at the sea, feeling the weight of everything that lay ahead. Whatever comes, I'll be ready. I believe you. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical connection. I've watched you grow, Harry. From a frightened child who walked away from abuse into something I don't entirely understand. But whatever you've become, I'm proud to stand beside you. Harry didn't respond. But something in his chest, the part that still remembered what it felt like to be small and scared and alone, warmed at the words. The summer before 4th year brought the Quidditch World Cup and the return of the Dark Mark. Death Eaters attacked the gathering, spreading panic through the crowd, marking the sky with the symbol of their fallen master. It was a declaration of intent, Voldemort was back, and he wanted the world to know. Harry watched the Dark Mark burn against the stars and felt something he hadn't expected, relief. The waiting was over. The shadows were coming into the light. And now, finally, he could stop preparing for war and start fighting it. The time approaches, the Hollow King whispered. Your enemy stirs. The conflict you were born for is beginning. I wasn't born for this conflict, Harry whispered back. I chose it. There's a difference. Is there? You were marked at birth by a prophecy. Your entire existence has been shaped by forces beyond your control. And yet here I am, making decisions that no prophecy predicted. Building something that no one expected. Harry smiled into the darkness. The prophecy says I have to face him. It doesn't say anything about what happens after. No, the king agreed. It doesn't. And that, Harry Potter, is where things become interesting. Fourth year began with the Triwizard Tournament. Harry hadn't entered. He was 14, 2 years below the age limit, and he had no interest in the kind of glory the tournament offered. But when the Goblet of Fire spat out his name as the fourth champion, he understood immediately what had happened. Voldemort. Using the tournament as a trap, positioning Harry for some purpose that would serve the Dark Lord's plans. The Ministry couldn't understand why Harry seemed almost pleased by the development. "You're being set up," Fudge protested during their emergency meeting. "Someone entered your name without your consent. This is clearly an assassination attempt. It's clearly a trap," Harry agreed. "And traps work both ways." "What do you mean?" "I mean that whoever set this in motion expects me to stumble through the tournament, face whatever danger they've prepared, and be captured or killed at the end." Harry's smile was thin. "They don't know me very well. What are you going to do?" "Win." "Obviously." Harry stood, straightening his robes. "And when I reach whatever confrontation they've prepared, I'll be ready for it. More ready than they can possibly imagine." The tournament was everything Harry had expected and nothing he couldn't handle. The first task, dragons, was overcome through a combination of aerial maneuvering and the deep magic that let Harry reshape the very ground beneath the beast's feet. The second task, underwater rescue, was solved by simply commanding the Mere people to release his hostage, his authority resonating with power they couldn't refuse. The third task, a maze of magical obstacles, was navigated through a combination of skill, preparation, and the whispered guidance of a very old friend. "The cup," the Hollow King advised, as Harry approached the center of the maze. "It's a portkey. Touch it, and you'll be transported to your enemy." "I know. You're going anyway." "I've been waiting for this confrontation for 7 years. Since I walked out of the Dursleys' house and decided I would never be a victim again." Harry reached for the cup, feeling its magic tingling against his fingers. "This ends tonight." He touched the Triwizard Cup and felt the world dissolve around him. The graveyard was exactly as Harry had expected. A small, abandoned cemetery in an English village, surrounded by the remnants of a grand house that had fallen into ruin. Grave markers stood like broken teeth against the night sky, and in the center of it all, waiting for him, was the thing that had murdered his parents. Voldemort had rebuilt himself well. The stone's power had given him a body that was stronger than his original, more serpentine, less human. Red eyes burned in a face that had abandoned any pretense of mortality, and magic crackled around him like visible lightning. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was high and cold, unchanged by death and resurrection. "At last. We meet as equals." "We're not equals." Harry didn't move, but his power was building beneath his skin, preparing for what was to come. "You're what happens when someone chooses fear over love, power over connection, immortality over meaning." "I'm something else entirely." "Something else?" Voldemort laughed. "You're a child. A talented child, I'll grant you, you've exceeded every expectation I had. But still a child, still bound by the weaknesses that define your kind." "Maybe." Harry smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. "Let's find out." The battle that followed would be described in histories as the first open confrontation between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. The official accounts would speak of curses and counter-curses, of magical power clashing against magical power in a graveyard that still bore the scars decades later. But what actually happened was simpler and more complex than any history could capture. Harry didn't fight Voldemort with spells. He fought him with everything he was, the deep magic that touched the fabric of reality, the connection to the Hollow King that gave him access to power most wizards couldn't imagine, the will and determination of a boy who had survived the worst that the world could throw at him and emerged not broken but forged. Voldemort was powerful. More powerful than Harry, in conventional magical terms. His curses were devastating, his shields impenetrable, his decades of experience evident in every move. But Harry wasn't fighting conventionally. He reached into the earth beneath the graveyard and pulled, disrupting Voldemort's footing. He touched the wards the Dark Lord had erected and unraveled them, leaving his enemy exposed. He felt for the connection between Voldemort and his remaining Horcruxes and burned through it, cutting off the sources of the Dark Lord's immortality one by one. And when Voldemort, desperate, reached for the killing curse that had failed against Harry once before, Harry simply stopped it. Not blocked. Not deflected. Stopped. The green light hung in the air between them, frozen, and then dissipated like morning mist. How? Voldemort's voice cracked with something that might have been fear. That's not possible. You tried to make yourself immortal by splitting your soul into pieces. Harry stepped forward, his power blazing around him like visible flame. You scattered yourself across the world, became less than human, destroyed everything that made life worth living in order to avoid death. He raised his hand, and Voldemort flinched. I became more. I connected to something deeper, older, stronger. I chose to be whole instead of broken. Harry's voice resonated with the weight of everything he had become. That's the difference between us, Tom. You ran from death. I walked through it. Voldemort didn't die that night. Harry could have killed him, the power was there, the opportunity was there, the justice of it would have been undeniable. But killing Voldemort would have meant becoming like him, choosing violence as the ultimate solution to conflict. Instead, Harry did something worse. Something that would resonate through the magical world for generations. He unmade Voldemort. Not physically, the Dark Lord's body remained intact. But Harry reached into the tangled mass of soul fragments, the accumulated dark magic, the decades of hatred and fear that had shaped Tom Riddle into Lord Voldemort, and he stripped it away. Every Horcrux, destroyed simultaneously. Every dark ritual, unraveled. Every piece of immortality magic, cancelled. What remained was a man. Just a man. Old, broken, stripped of power, stripped of purpose, stripped of everything that had made him terrifying. You could kill me now, Voldemort whispered, his voice barely audible. End it. Prove that you're not different after all. No. Harry turned away, leaving the broken wizard in the graveyard surrounded by the ashes of his ambitions. You're going to live. You're going to watch the world you tried to destroy continue without you. And you're going to know, every day for the rest of your very human life, that you lost. Not to someone stronger, to someone better. He walked away, and behind him, Tom Riddle wept. The aftermath was chaos. The magical world struggled to understand what had happened. Voldemort defeated, not killed, but destroyed as a threat. Death Eaters surrendering in droves, their master's power broken beyond repair. A 14-year-old wizard emerging from the confrontation not just victorious but changed, radiating a presence that made even the most powerful wizard step back. Harry let Dumbledore handle the immediate crisis management. The old wizard was good at politics, at smoothing over difficulties, at shaping narratives. Harry had other concerns. The Hollow King's whispers had intensified. You've done well, it said, in the nights after the graveyard. You've faced your mortal enemy and prevailed. But this was only the beginning. I know. The seals continue to weaken. My influence grows. Soon, the choice you've been avoiding will have to be made. What choice? Whether to release me fully. To let me rise, and reshape the world according to my nature, with you at my side, not as a servant, but as a partner. The king's voice was almost gentle. You've seen how small your enemies are, Harry Potter. How weak, how fearful, how limited. Together, we could remake everything. Harry didn't respond immediately. He stared out his window at the London skyline, thinking about everything he had built, everyone he had protected, every promise he had made. No, he said finally. No. Not release. Not remaking. Harry turned away from the window. Connection. Influence. The arrangement we made. But not more. The seals will fail eventually. Whether you choose to break them or not. Then we'll deal with that when it happens. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not afraid of you. But I'm also not going to become you. I've worked too hard to become myself. A long silence. Then, to Harry's surprise, something that sounded almost like approval. You continue to surprise me, Harry Potter. Perhaps that's why I find you so interesting. The king's presence receded, fading to its usual background whisper. Very well. We'll continue as we have. For now. The summer after fourth year was a time of transition. Sirius Black, fully exonerated, became Harry's legal guardian, a formality, given that Harry had been taking care of himself for years, but one that mattered symbolically. The Ministry, chastened by its failures during the Voldemort crisis, began implementing reforms that Harry had been quietly advocating for months. And the underground continued to grow, spreading beyond London, beyond Britain, becoming a network that spanned continents. You've accomplished everything you set out to do, Luna observed one evening, as they sat together watching the sunset from the roof of the main headquarters. Voldemort is destroyed. The Ministry is changing. Your people are safe. Not everything. Harry leaned back, feeling the weight of all the years to come. There are still Muggles who don't know about magic. Still magical creatures treated as second-class citizens. Still systems that hurt people, even if the worst actors have been removed. You're going to fix all of that. I'm going to try. Harry smiled, and it was a genuine expression, rare enough these days. That's all anyone can do. Try. And the Hollow King is still there. Still waiting. Harry's smile faded slightly. We have an arrangement. I'm not naive enough to think it'll last forever. But for now, we're balanced. Luna nodded, accepting this. She'd always been better at accepting strange realities than anyone else Harry knew. The spirits say you're going to be important, she said quietly. Not just now, for a long time. They show me images of you, older, standing at the center of something vast. A bridge between worlds. A keeper of balances. Something that doesn't have a name yet. That sounds terrifying. That sounds necessary. Luna reached out and took his hand, her thin fingers warm against his. But you won't be alone. The spirits show me that too. I'm there. Tommy, Derek, Hermione, everyone you've gathered. We're all there, standing with you. Harry looked at her, this strange, wonderful girl who had found him when he needed finding, who had seen things no one else could see, who had believed in him when belief was all she had to offer. I love you, he said quietly. I don't know when it started, or how it happened, but I do. Luna smiled, and it was like sunrise. I know. The spirits told me years ago. She leaned in and kissed him, soft and sweet and full of promise. I love you too, Harry Potter. For everything you are and everything you're going to become. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded as always. Harry stood at the edge of the platform, watching families say goodbye to their children, watching the Scarlet steam engine prepare for its journey north. In a few minutes, he would board that train for his 5th year at Hogwarts, continue his education, pretend to be a normal student while managing an empire that spanned 2 worlds. But for now, he simply watched. Observed. Appreciated. The past 7 years had been a journey he couldn't have imagined when he walked out of the Dursleys' house with nothing but the clothes on his back. He had been broken and remade, had built something from nothing, had faced enemies that should have destroyed him and emerged not just surviving but triumphant. There was still so much to do. The Hollow King waited in the depths. The magical and Muggle worlds still needed bridges. The promise he had made, that abandoned people didn't have to stay abandoned, that power could protect instead of exploit, that family was about choice rather than blood, still needed spreading. But that was for tomorrow. And all the tomorrows after that. For now, Harry Potter, the boy who ran, the king who rose, the bridge between worlds, was simply a 15-year-old boarding a train to school. Tommy stood nearby, ready to return to London and manage the underground during Harry's absence. Luna waited on the platform, her misty eyes bright with affection. Derek, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and all the others were gathered around, a family forged by choice and trial and shared purpose. "Ready?" Luna asked. Harry smiled, and it held everything he was and everything he would become. "Always," he said. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, carrying Harry Potter toward his future, and carrying the school toward its reckoning.